I think we might be live. Hey guys, welcome to the show. It's Thursday night. This is Nicaragua Live with Scott Allen Miller here on the vlog. I've not actually checked to see if we are live. Yes, we're up and running. I just hit go. Like, I'm just ready this week. Like, it just needs to happen. Running a little bit late, so I'm gonna go tell everyone that the show is on. Because I know people have been waiting and they're getting impatient. And people are talking to me. I am traveling tomorrow, so we are a little bit crazy with all the stuff going on because I have to get to Madagalpa first thing in the morning. At midnight tonight, it will be my daughter Luciana's 14th birthday. And we are going to Madagalpa for the whole weekend, hanging out, doing the stuff, seeing the sights, drinking the coffee, lots of coffee. Originally, we were going to stay at Selva Negra, and then we realized there's no Wi-Fi. And we're like, what? No, we have a minimum that we need when we're staying at a place, and Selva Negra did not cut it at all. And my daughters are looking at it, and they're like, this looks like a cabin in the woods. That's about the last thing we want. So birthday girl is not going to be at a cabin in the woods, going to have an Airbnb downtown, and lots of chances to go to coffee shops. We are going to stop at Selva Negra and do some tours, I think. Kind of get some videos for you guys, see a bunch of stuff, hopefully filming a lot. And then Monday, I got to head to Managua, and we are getting Ava on a flight to Australia. And she will not see the videos of herself until after she is in Australia, because I don't have time to edit it. I'm trying my best, but it's not happening. So we got 4 people on. Gale7RRC is here. Hola, Scott. He says, hey, how's it going? I am. Today's wild. Only being here for less than 48 hours between the trip to Laguna de Apoyo and the trip to Madagalpa has been something, and needing to get so many shows done to be able to cover all the time that I'm going to be gone, because I'm going to be gone Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and I'm getting back on Tuesday. So I have to have all those days covered so that I can somehow get a show out for Wednesday. Now, that shouldn't be too bad. I got plenty of time to film, although I was almost stuck in a place with no internet. I don't know how that was going to work. My dad's here. Hey, Dad. And so, yeah, I think my wife just completely lost her mind. Like, we're just going to book a place with no Wi-Fi? That's okay, right? Like, no one will mind. A cabin in the woods with no Wi-Fi? Me alone, that's like instantly I'm like all stressed out. Like, how many things are going to go wrong? What's the company going to do when they can't reach me? How am I going to check anything? How am I just going to do my Duolingo streak, if nothing else? Like all these things running through my mind. And then it's like my kids. Oh my gosh, we're going to be in a cabin in the woods. They're going to be freaking out just because it's a cabin in the woods. They hate insects. They don't like the woods. They don't like cabins. And everything they want to do is on Wi-Fi. And she's like, well, I hear that cell phones work. I'm like, hear that cell phones work? No, that's not going to cut it. And my kids have streaks on everything, too. They have video games they do streaks on, and they're well prepared as long as they have Wi-Fi. They have, like, a schedule. They do all this stuff. But making them get stuck in a car from the moment they wake up until the end of the next day, ooh, not good, especially on my daughter's birthday. Like, happy birthday, everything you like is gone. So we canceled at Selva Negra and extended our place downtown, and things are looking much better now. How's everybody doing? We only got 6 people on. What is going on with that? 8 people. There we go. 33% increase just by complaining for a second. Love to complain. Does a lot. Hey, 4 likes already. For those of you who haven't hit like yet, what are you doing? There's 4 more of you. Let's see those likes come in. So, yeah, it's Thursday night. So, we'll wait till we have a few more people, and we'll do a little catch-up as to what has been going on this week. But there was a bit of travel, which has been awesome, and good stuff and good footage. I think we've got a couple good episodes coming, and a bunch of bland ones, because I had to rush them out, so really sorry. So they're kind of on the short side and kind of on the in the yard side, which I'm trying to get away from. 11 people. All right, look at that. Now we're getting up there. And 6 likes now. You're getting better, but there's at least 5 of you that haven't liked yet, so let's get on that while I'm talking. And you got time. Like, I talk for a long time. You have plenty of time to hit that like button and make it. There's another one. Thanks. So I've got everything charging right now, charging batteries, hopefully mine as well. And tonight is brought to you by Plata, Rum Plata. There we go. I think it's in focus. Either that or my microphone is. I'm not sure. And this is I actually like this a lot. I mean, it's just a rum and Coke in a can, which is pretty silly. But if you're in a hurry and you just have that urge for a Cuba Libre, here you go. and it's surprisingly good. I don't know what. And by the way, it's 4% alcohol for anyone who's wondering. So it's very light on the rum. It's the same as a relatively low alcohol beer. Yeah, 9 likes. Almost all of you have hit the like button, but not 100%. Tim says, my internet was down for 19 days. It wasn't easy. Cell phone coverage wasn't very good either. Tim, where were you? Tim, west of Esteli, Tim? You were down for 19 days? How did that happen? I did just hear, who said? Mark, just minutes ago, an hour ago, said that San Juan del Sur has been 10 days without water. That's insane. I've never heard of anywhere in Nicaragua having that problem. Of course, if anywhere's going to have problems like that, San Juan del Sur is kind of the place, I guess. Out of the way, lots of problems. But seriously, that is rough. I had no idea. It has been dry and Mary Lou is here. Hola, Scott. Happy birthday to Luciana. Did I spell it correctly? You did. It's the same as the Spanish Luciana, but it's the Italian Luciana. It's really Luciana Francesca. Tim says, change of ownership of the internet service. Lots of red tape. Oh, are you on one of those mountain Wi-Fi systems? Those are rough out there sometimes. Yeah, so I'm glad we're going to be downtown Madagalpa where everything just works. Mr. Sammy's here. Yay! Hi, everyone. And we got quite a few people on as well. We have 16. That's a good kickoff. Good kickoff for sure. There's no wired internet where I live. That's what rules those areas out for me. Like, I need wired internet. It's just... I can handle Wi-Fi for a couple days or whatever, but I do way too much online. This live stream, for example, would be a major problem without that. I'm just going to share a Nikagram post while people are jumping on. We got 14 on. I want a couple more likes. There's 14 of you, only 10 likes. Let's get that up. Mary Lou says, can't wait for you to show us Madagalpa. I love Madagalpa. It is my favorite city in Nicaragua, one of my favorite cities anywhere. It's such a cool city. I'm not sure exactly where we're staying, but downtownish. I've got my kids, so we're doing kid stuff, which that may sound boring to you, but my kids' stuff is often coffee. They're like, we're up for 3 cafes a day. They want to do the coffee tour of Madagalpa, not the coffee tour of coffee farms, which would be cool. They want to do the coffee tour of cafes, which is even cooler. And Madagalpa is the cafe city, so we're going to be doing quite a bit of that. Mountain internet with a big tower. Yeah, that sucks. For those who haven't checked out my Nikagram that I just posted, this is a colorful picture of kayaks at Hostel Paradiso from over the weekend. We had a really good time there. Once we hit about 25 people, I'm going to talk about the weekend. That's your encouragement to get more people on more quickly. But I'm going to share a couple pictures from Nikagram. One, to get you guys to go, wait, I don't have a Nikagram. I need to sign up for that. Good reminder there. But also, it's where I like to post my adventures and stuff. It's just the best place to share your adventures in Nicaragua. So we went to, we didn't stay at this time, but we visited, did day passes at the Paradiso, which I love Paradiso, such a great place. And did kayaking. So I got some good pictures there. Got some good video that won't be live until next week. It's gonna be a full week until you guys see that. I'm really sorry. I got here yesterday morning basically, and have been scrambling, and I have to leave at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. So, and I won't be here again until Tuesday night, right? Like I am tired. And my wife is asking, wait, San Juan del Sur is without water? So yeah, the municipals failed in San Juan del Sur apparently. And so the city's without water. It's okay because we have rum. It really is delicious. I do really appreciate being able to share photos and images and stuff on, that was the same thing, said it twice, on Nikagram. Like, it really is a good platform for, like, here's my, little blurb, and here's a photo of something and adventures and stuff. And this one, I just like this one. I do street photography sometimes. I don't do a lot, but from time to time, I really enjoy it. It's fun. And my wife's like, can you confirm that? Mr. Sammy says, avoid the streets that are very inclined. You're in a world of hurt if you have to stop on uphill incline. Stop sign. I grew up driving stick on hills because I grew up in a hilly area. But when I lived in Europe, like, there is nothing in Madagalpa that comes close to driving in, like, Greece, southern Spain, and the mountain towns in Italy. So, like, yeah, it sucks. So one, I'm not driving. Two, our car is a hybrid, so it doesn't have any of those problems. But I can drive, like, a stick on those hills without a problem. I don't love it, but it's not a big deal. But I'm just walking. Yeah, I'm either being driven around or walking town, Mr. Sammy. But that second picture is a guy sleeping in the back of a Hilux on the street in downtown Leon. We were just driving by, and I'm like, oh, well, that's funny. Marcela says, I know you like Madagalpa. Everyone knows. I talk about it all the time. We're considering that city because of the more mild weather. You should consider it because it's awesome sauce. But yes, it does have much more mild weather. That is actually a huge selling point. But I love the mountains. I say this a lot, I love 3D cities. I hate flat cities. I should be able to look out my door and look up and look down and see things going on. That's how it should be. Boaco would work as well in that regards, but not as big. I love the bigger cities. So that's one of the reasons I love Guate, right? Things are all over the place. So many different layers. You can be going over a bridge and something, you're like, look at all that stuff down there. Like, it's crazy. Robstonator, not sure if this would be an area of your expertise there, Scott, but the wife and I are considering the idea of adopting a child from Nicaragua due to the complications with conceiving. How hard would that be? That is an area I do not know about. I honestly don't have the first clue if it is super easy or super hard or just moderately in the middle. I've never heard of it being done, which in no way implies it's not a common thing. I know people who are adopted, but like in Nicaragua, like Nicaraguan distant related or like step family or whatever have done adoption. So like I'm aware of people who have gone through some level of that experience, but it's nothing like foreigners adopting a baby directly from the country. I would suspect that getting permanent residency, this is purely a guess, like, but I would suspect getting a permanent residency or a long-term stable residency and then approaching, but definitely go through lawyers, right? And speak to whatever agencies or organizations work with that, which is very likely government here, and see if there's something that you can do. My guess is that if you want to adopt a child and leave the country, it's going to be super hard. If you want to adopt a child to raise here, probably doable. Nicaragua is, in general, very protective of their children being extricated from the country. That is something that they actually watch for very closely. So you may have travel restrictions until they're an adult or until they're of a certain age or something. Again, I'm just guessing, right? But I know that even Nicaraguan families traveling with their own children have to go through a certain number of steps when they're going to travel internationally with their children, because Nicaragua, treats even minors as having the right to Nicaragua, right? And they protect that right. As you need to, or it's not really a right if you don't protect it, right? So that is my guess or view on that, but I don't really know, right? How that would work, or what process you have to go through. But that's awesome, and good luck on that. That could be a really awesome process if all goes well. I don't hear too much about orphans here, but obviously they exist everywhere. There is a really good family support and social support networks here. So I think the needs for adoption here are probably lower than a lot of places that rely more on formal structures than on social ones. But boy, really hard to say. With the kinds of motorcycle accidents and traffic accidents that people have here, though, so often I'm sure there must be quite a need. Fair enough, good insight nonetheless. Yeah, sorry I don't have like details or like direct information on that, but definitely good luck. Waiting for some more people to get on. I don't know if there's anyone I need to tell. I did, to the best of my knowledge, catch up on my emails just today. So if you're like not checking your email yet and you think I haven't responded, I may have. But a couple people wrote to me. Anyone know? I just need to do a calculator here. Euros to US dollars. What is 800 euros these days? Ooh. Okay. Gabriella says, I like to send my tools and belongings to Nicaragua on shipping containers. Do you think it's hard to get it? I don't think it's going to be hard at all, unless those tools are something weird. But if they're like, work on a car tools or build a house tools, wood shop tools, none of that's restricted or anything. I wouldn't expect any problems. People do that pretty commonly, right? And we've talked about doing it. We're not going to, but we've talked about it because we have a lot of tools in the U.S. But normally the only issue is cost, right? They're heavy, so they're you can't just put them in a box, presumably, unless they're like, I don't know, really light tools, really small tools. You're working on model train tools, then you're probably okay. But if you're doing like any kind of heavy metal tools, they probably weigh quite a bit. So if it was me, obviously it'd be model train tools that I'd be sending down, then it would be no issue. If you're putting them in a shipping container, it shouldn't be a big issue. If you have residency, you get a certain allowance tax-free for one-time shipping your belongings down. Otherwise, you're just going to have to pay the normal import taxes, which are not horrible, but they are something. So people hate, obviously, paying taxes on things they already own. But it is what it is. It's an import. But people do ship their belongings regularly. But to be fair, I have the hiccups. The majority of expats that we know, one, you generally you move long before you ship your stuff. It's just the process. And then you get residency. And then you make the decision about shipping your stuff. I mean, that's basically the accepted process. Can you do other things? Yes. But the accepted process is move, acquire residency. And these could be weeks or years, right? Like there's a lot of different time frames for this, but the progression is generally the same. Move, obtain residency, get your tax waiver for your residency, find a shipping company that you like, put things on a container and ship, and then pay any overages or specialty fees or whatever for the receipt. And what we find is that 9 times out of 10, once you get to that stage, so you've been here, most people opt to be here for a while. Once you get your residency, for most people it takes a little while, say 6 months. It could take years, it could take weeks, but for the average, and I'm kind of guessing, somewhere in the 5 to 6 month range from the time you really start in earnest. Most people delay that in earnest bit a little bit. By the time you get to the point where you're ready to put something on a shipping container, what we find, like us, is most people started being like, I gotta have these things. And by the time they get to that, they're like, why do I want these things? And so most people end up not shipping them, even though they set themselves up to do so from the beginning, and then have to figure something out to do with that. As an example, I am flying to the United States in 3 weeks and on the 18th, and I will be dealing with my super stupid storage unit that I've had for 5 years and has cost me a fortune. We will be emptying it and giving nearly everything away, including all the tools, because they're not worth shipping. We don't need them. We're not going to use them here. Most anything we needed has long since been replaced. And most things we would prefer to have new than to have the old ones that have been in storage for 5 years. The only things we want from storage are the nostalgic items that are irreplaceable, mostly my children's stuff, very little of my own. And so we are going to very quickly, with a bunch of friends, tear through our storage unit. All the furniture must go, all the tools must go, all the appliances must go. So many things that I've held on to for so long that I wish I had, but have nowhere to put and no reason to have. Things that wouldn't last down here anyway because they're the wrong things for the wrong place. That's all got to go. Many plastic bins of children's toys because my children have nostalgic value with them, and we promised that they would not go away. And so they are coming down at insane expense for them to have clear plastic containers of Playmobil stuff that they will someday put on a shelf and never think about. But hopefully, when they are 80, my children will, pull them off and remember a beautiful childhood and think of their father and have a wonderful moment and realize that we spent tens of thousands of dollars for them to have that memory in physical form rather than just photos. I'm going to cry in a second. Kanacast420 says, any tips on how to get an online job to generate income while living in Nicaragua? I don't have any particularly good advice on this. This is a tough one. And the reason it's tough is because everybody wants the same thing, right? All people want an online job that generates enough money to live anywhere, right? A lot of money is what they all want. So I have a few tips. So one, don't treat it as unless you're really, and I don't mean this negatively, unless you're really unskilled, and just have nothing particularly special to offer, which if you're 15, that might be true. If you have no education and ambition and just have never done much of anything or haven't figured out how to translate, there's some situations. Most people have a lot of skills. Now, some of them are very, very hard to translate online. I totally understand. And so there are people with loads of skills and loads of experience that get screwed by this. But they're actually the minority. It feels like they must be a huge group, and they're a noticeable group, but they're not the biggest. And obviously, right, electricians, plumbers, nail technicians, whatever, right? Like there's all these jobs that basically don't exist outside of physically doing things in a specific place, and they get screwed. But even those often can have an online version of themselves in some way. So, for Kanakos 420's question, when you're approaching this, we're assuming that you do have skills, right? I said all that because the assumption is you may not be thinking about it. That is normal. But you probably have quite a few skills. You may not have identified them. You may not be aware of them. You may not have, in recent times, put them together on a resume to specifically go after something. Right? A lot of people don't. It's a thing that people are often overlooking in career building. Right? A lot of people don't think about career building as a thing. So you may not have thought about these things, but chances are you have quite a few skills or some noticeable set of them. If you approach finding an online job from the perspective of online job, then you're really taking it, just take the online out of anything you're doing and say, I'm looking for a job, right? And that's okay if you're out of work, you just want a job. You need to put food on the table. Understandable. But that's going to lead to the hardest, worst jobs, of course, right? So things that are uncomfortable, things that are really hard, things that are, schedules you don't like, things that really don't require much skill but might smell a lot, whatever, right? And they're going to pay the worst because it's not discerning. You're just looking for whatever you can get, and minimum wage or close to it is what they're going to offer, right? So if you were in the just looking for a job perspective, you wouldn't do well normally seeking job. You want to identify your skills. You want to, right? Like think of this: you're just in your hometown. You want work. You need to eat and stuff. So you want to think of it in what are my skills? What do I have to offer the world? Where do I want to go? What am I interested in, within reason? And then try to identify jobs where that could work out for you. Right? Maybe you're interested in plumbing. Well, then being a plumber would probably be a good way to go. Maybe you're interested in reading to children. Well, maybe a library would be a good place for you. Or maybe you're interested in, medical, and maybe being a nurse would be. Now, obviously, that takes a bit of training, but it's within reason to go get that training, right? At least to be an entry-level nurse. Maybe, it's a lot of training to be a senior one, but to just get a job in nursing, you can get into without too much time and effort. Anyway, that's what you do when you're just talking about a job. When you move to working online, a lot of people start thinking that online itself is a job, but it's not. It's simply a subset of all jobs, and so you need to treat it just like if you were to take any regular subset of jobs. So if you were to say, I'm interested in jobs, but only jobs in Chicago, right? You would approach it basically the same. There's just this extra constraint that I would like it to be near Chicago, right? And other things don't really change. Well, if you're dealing with online jobs, you should essentially treat it the same way. Instead of being Chicago being the place, online is just the place. And that's bigger than Chicago. It's the biggest subset of work, or the second biggest, the bigger subset being not online, right? But that's kind of almost a superset, not quite. So when you're approaching this, you want to do the same thing. What are the things that I have as skills? What are the things I'm interested in? Where could I go with something that I think I could grow with, hopefully? And then start thinking about online jobs in that way, right? If you're interested in, teaching, well, there are online jobs teaching. That's a tough one because many people gravitate to that online, so there's more competition within that space. But if you get away from teaching English and get into teaching other things, there's less competition. Still plenty, but less. Teaching English online is very specifically something that has been drilled into people's heads as something they can do, and so and there is a very high demand for it, but there is a massive supply for it. So that is specifically an area that people bring up, and when people are talking about how do you get an online job, people jump to that as an example. But there are limited roles in that, obviously, and the pay rates have come way down because they had to, right? Because there's so many people offering to do it, basically an unlimited number of people willing to do that. So if you are interested in programming, if you're interested in IT, if you're interested in human resources, if you're interested in, or good in, even if you hate it, right? If you're just good at or have experience in or training in any accounting or transcriptions or medical coding, and many of these things you can go out and find training in if you need, and we're not talking about degrees, we're talking about a certificate, we're talking about a course, we're talking about going online and just studying, right? Maybe 2 weeks of study, not for certain things. Then you can go after very specific jobs with skill, and you'll probably make more money, and you'll also have a very clear path as to what makes sense to approach. But if you go at it from, I just want online job, then you're really, yes, you're open to anything, which is probably good, but you're going to be casting the net so wide that you're unclear where you're aiming. Just like if you walk into town and go, I want a job, none of the good jobs are standing out in the street with a breadboard saying hiring now, or extremely few. You're basically limiting yourself to McDonald's or the clothing shop on Main Street. But if you take note and say, I'm really good at collections, I'm really good at accounting, then going after an accounting firm and being like, look, I'd love to be an accountant. We really only have a half-time position. Hey, you know what? I can do a half-time position online because I'm going to live somewhere. I don't even have to explain this, because I'm going to live someplace tax-free and super cheap, but just assuming you're American, so you get tax-free when you move away. And you can be like, I can work half-time and pay me 60% of the money for working half-time. And I'm available a little bit beyond half-time should you get really busy. Tax season, I'll even work 80% time for the same 60% pay. And they'll be like, what? This is a great deal for us. And you'll be like, yes, it is. It's also a fantastic deal for me. I get to work half time most of the year, in a couple weeks that are really busy, and make so much money that I'm living like a king in Nicaragua. Great, right? So playing with some of those things can do a lot. The other thing is if you have the creativity, the option, the market to do so, you can always start your own firm and provide services through it. And so you work for yourself online, which is what I do. And a lot of people I know do that. And so not everyone can do that. Doesn't make sense for every career path and so forth. But that is an important mechanism that many people overlook and are like, well, I have to work for someone. And the reality is that most of the people with the most power living abroad don't work for someone. They work for themselves, and then their business, which might just be themselves, works for someone. But when I work in the US, I work from a physical location in Denton, Texas. My company is based in Denton, Texas. I'm an employee of that company. Services come from Denton. They do not come from Nicaragua. That's a very important aspect, that if you are working directly for someone, you are coming from Nicaragua. There isn't a step in between you and the employer that is somewhere else. Not that your employer should care where you are, not that they always can determine where you are, but it can create complications when they're like, hey, you're not where we expected you to be, and you can't do things we now expected you to do based on where we thought you would be, like show up at the office once a month. Oh, I can't do that because I live in a different country. Wait a second, what? Right? Those are complications. Because I work for myself in my own company in the United States, no one expects me to show up anywhere. No one can pull that on me because it would be part of my contract, not part of my employment, right? So it just provides a completely different. You would never contract a company and expect their employees. Hold on. Answering people. All right. Oh, we are at 32 people. So, okay, I'm going to catch up a little bit here. But yeah, online jobs. And remember, online jobs are going to come from your home country almost always, right? US, Canada, Western Europe. Now, if you're from like Nigeria, sure, you have challenges with your local job market. Then you may have to look at other things. But if you're coming from one of the big economies, that's where you want your online work to be, and just live abroad. My other question is, this is Gabriella Laley. My other question is, people say don't take your dogs on airplane via luggage cargo. Why is so scary about that? So when you put your dogs in luggage, cargo, when you put them in cargo, a few things. One, that is not controlled like it is in the plane, so it can be very dangerous for the animals. In most cases, they're okay, but it's a heightened degree of risk significantly. It's also a very scary thing for the dogs. So if you have a dog that you are not 100% comfortable that they are going to become, it can create dangerous situations. It can create heart attacks. It can create panic. They can. My dog would die if they did that. But my dog, we know they would die if they were in there, and not from anything the plane did. Just from being in cargo, she would have a panic attack. She would have a heart attack, and be shredded. Like her carrier would be shredded. She would get out, even of a metal carrier. She would almost certainly break out. She would be broken bones, ripped skin, and die of a heart attack in the cargo. We know that, right? That's why we took her on a private plane, and she was perfectly happy, laid in the aisle and slept the whole way without a care in the world. Worth it in every way. So the cargo can be very cold. It can become depressurized. It can be very traumatic for the dog. And there's a reason why they don't allow certain breeds to fly at all, because it's so dramatic that many breeds can't handle it. Boston Terriers, my other dog, for example, he would be okay. He's very healthy in the ways that they worry about, but snub-nosed breeds are generally not allowed to fly because the flight is so physically stressful on them that it can cause respiratory failure. So cargo is a dangerous thing, but people do it all the time. But it's always more risky. Now, where it gets really risky is when you hit the tarmac. So a couple things. One, when you're on the tarmac, you are outside of border control. You have no rights. You have nothing. You are not represented by Nicaragua. Your lawyer cannot get to you. Nobody can do anything. You are in no man's land. This is true anywhere, but some places like the U.S., where there's a culture of protecting our pets. If the government was to do something and leave dogs to die on the tarmac, the uprising would be intense. If you think that people are on edge now, if you were to do that with animals, there would be an armed uprising. No ifs, ands, or buts. That would absolutely happen. People would kill if they found out dogs were being killed on the tarmac. There would be a slaughter at the FAA, right? So they will never allow that to happen, nor would they want that to happen. They don't use animals as a bargaining chip. It would unthinkable. So it doesn't occur to us. But in Nicaragua, dogs are not generally seen as our family members. They don't understand why we're flying them with us. But what they do know is that foreigners are very, very easy to manipulate when their dogs are at risk. And they also know that all they have to do is casually leave them on the tarmac at 100 degrees in the bright sun, and they get 15 minutes. A dog that is already heavily stressed, having flown on an airplane a minimum of 2 hours, because there are no flights coming in less than 2 hours that would bring in an animal. You have a dog that is already in a dangerous state, low on water, and is now being left in bright sun with no access to anything, and it cannot get to you. So both panic and physical distress. Many people have reported that their dogs have been left out there while they were extorted, and they had to pay thousands of dollars, and they almost lost their dogs. Even paying the extortion fees, you don't know if they will get your dogs in on time. I don't know anyone whose dogs have actually died on the tarmac, but I do know several people who have lost thousands of dollars as they were extorted to have their dogs stay alive, and there's nothing you can do. You have minutes, and if you can't come up with that money, there's nothing that you can do. Somehow we dropped from 36 people to 5, it says, in just a few seconds. What is going on? Where did everybody go? Did something go wrong with the stream? It says everything's excellent. I'm waiting for it to update and see what's going on. I'm checking all the different things. It all seems like it's okay. And yet it says no one's on. I'm going to refresh. Oh, nope. Now we're back to 33. All right. It was just a fluke. And it shows that it never happened. Thank you, YouTube. Honestly, the stuff that YouTube has to do to make these streams work, you can't complain when they have weird data like that. Like, what are they going to do? Right? Like, the things they're doing are basically miracles as it is. So, yeah, you got to give them credit for making it work at all. That was my appeasing the YouTube gods. Oh my gosh. I'm getting a lot of messages. Oh, I'm running low on disk space. I got to empty my trash. Yeah. I just decompressed some things that are really big. So that's probably part of, I have a bunch of junk on my desktop. Well, no wonder things are using up a bunch of space. How did I not notice that? I'm an idiot. Okay. But you guys knew that. I'm looking for, I got to translate a whole bunch of stuff. It's hard doing a live show and having people talking to me in multiple languages at the same time while trying to deal with things. All right. Now, so the whole thing is you're in a position where your animals are at risk and have been at risk. There's just a lot to go wrong, and people we know firsthand have had these problems. Yeah, they're theoretically problems basically anywhere, but here it really is. And there's no one you can turn to. You can't go to the police. You can't go to the government. You can't go to the border control. You can't, because you're outside the border. So neither you nor the animals have any rights at all, and there's no organization that oversees you until you get in the border. The moment you're in the border, you're safe, right? The moment you cross over, no problems. No one's going to hurt your dogs. No one's going to extort you. No one can. Now you have laws that protect you. Now you can go to the police. Now you can call a lawyer, right? Any number of things. But that no man's land with an animal is a scary time. to be. Mr. Sammy says, be aware, guys, ever since the change in government, and he says change in government, I assume he means 17 years ago, because there's been no change within recent times. He told Aduana to start taxing a lot of stuff that used to be free. Your personal items used to be free, but not anymore. They told me if it's too much, then you pay. Not sure. I mean, there is a specific tax on, I assume you mean import, at least through Managua. If you cross on foot at the borders, it might be better or worse. We'll find out next trip. Coming through Peñas Blancas from Liberia. Luke says, hello, y'all. De Greco de una clase de español por la tarde y una cena rápida en Brooklyn Cafe. I'm looking forward to hitting Brooklyn Cafe in just a couple days. Tiffany's here. Hola. Luke says, regreso, no te Greco. Tiffany says, ¿Dónde está el pollo Lucifer? Pollo Lucifer, Gallina Lucifer. Ella está, she is in Laguna de Pollo, or in this case, Laguna de Pollo. Ha! Ha ha ha. She stayed behind. We were tempted to bring her with us, though. My gosh, that is a hilarious bird. If you guys have not watched the short of the chicken on the hammock, oh my gosh. At one point, she was on the hammock. At one point, she was... I got to ask. I got to ask my wife where her scale is. Where's my wife? There she is. And this chicken was hilarious. She was on the hammock, and then she slept in a rocking chair. And then the next night, I woke up, and she was in the living room on a chair staring at me from across the room. And the whole time, she was, like, wandering around the house, in and out, like, it's so hilarious. And this chicken has, like, pantaloons, right? Big, fluffy legs going on. Like, this is a really cute chicken. And she chased me around the yard. She'd peck at my feet. We are getting Ava and her family ready. Ava is leaving on Monday. I might as well tell these stories now. And so Monday, I've got to help get her to the airport. It's really Tuesday morning is her flight. I sure hope that's right. It's in my mind. Tomorrow's the 25th. 26th is Saturday. 27th is something. 28th, we're heading to the airport. 29th is our actual flight early in the morning. Okay, yeah, we got it right, Tuesday. And... she's never flown before, and she's going from here to El Salvador, to Bogota, to Santiago, to Sydney, to Brisbane. And so it's going to be absolutely wild. She's never done anything like this in her life. And this past several days, we gave her a trip around central Nicaragua to areas she has never seen. She's never seen Laguna de Apoyo. And so she and her sister went out, and we stayed with my buddy Josie Mar. If you guys have seen my episode where Josie Mar and I run to Honduras, he is the one that called me and is like, hey, I'm at the gas station. I need to find a taxi to Honduras. I'm like, what are you doing? So I ran out, grabbed him, and drove in my old beat-up Toyota, which I don't have anymore, out to the Honduran border and dropped him off. That Josie Mar, we did an episode in the car. We went and stayed at his house. He actually has a house on or within the crater at Laguna de Apoyo, and hung out there for several days. We had a really nice time. It was really cool. And so that I'm going to tell that story in just a minute. Hello, I constantly see mothers of newborn babies posting online looking for work from home jobs. There aren't many jobs you can do while caring for a baby, especially with no prior experience. Yeah, that's definitely... Yeah, normally, if you're going to work from home, you really got to bring something to the table, right? Some kind of experience, willing to work off hours, something, right? Like there's things out there. But some creativity needs to be done, and especially if you're going out just like I'm just looking for work, it is so hard because like you have no idea where to go. I like it's obviously it's been a long time since I just looked for work, and in fact I never did. I kind of I you know in high school it's like, well, what can I drive to? There was like 3 things, so you took whatever one took you, and then by the time I was 18, I was hired by a university. I basically have never been out looking for work since then. Yeah, I look for work, but it's always looking for work while I have another job. So I'm very specifically looking to move up in whatever field I am and only take a job when it comes along. Or it was, oh, my buddy has a job, in those early years. I was like 19. It was like, hey, I'm looking at something. Hey, come work with me. All right, cool. Right. And it was just that kind of stuff for very little time. So the idea of having to go out and being like blank slate, I need a job, and it could be anywhere, anything, doing just anytime, you name it, is like, I don't even know how to search for that. If they fall in my lap, I know how to take them and do them. But I don't know how to go looking when it's so open-ended, other than pick things of interest and shoot at them, right? And shoot at many of them and see what sticks. Luke says, Tiffany, no pollo hamburguesa. Not sure what the question was. Tiffany says, Luke, do you guys cook Lucifer already? Hey. No, that was... Luke is not the one with Lucifer. I had Lucifer. Scott says, hello, Scott. I'm late, but at least I'm at the party. Hey, Scott, how's it going? Buddhist is here. Hey, good evening, all. Mr. Sammy says, I met one guy at a beach, and we started talking. He said he was working from home as a day trader. So the thing about being a day trader, which is great, you can be a day trader, is that you're not working for someone, right? You're self-employed. And it's not really a job. It's an activity that makes money, which, okay, you can make anything. Like, you're not a plumber. You're just, it's just an activity that you get paid for. But there are people who hire plumbers. There are not people who hire day traders, right? Day traders is just something you do. My mother was a day trader, right? So, like, I'm aware of it as a lucrative lifestyle. But you have to have money to trade with to be a day trader. So if you're reasonably wealthy and know how to day trade, you're probably already doing it. Or doing something else that makes more money and you're not doing it because you see it as a waste of time. Fine. But it's not really, like, you can do anything like that, right? You can be a commodities trader. You can be a crypto speculator. If you're good and can make money at it, yeah, don't go work for someone. Just invest. Sure. If we could all just be independently wealthy, that's the answer. Leo is here. Hey, I was on WhatsApp in Nicaragua, and a gentleman recounted being robbed at gunpoint in Managua. I feel like that was Mark. Criminals do what they want regardless. First-hand knowledge, having been a cop, are firearms legal in Nicaragua? Firearms are not legal in Nicaragua. Are there exceptions? Yes, there are extreme exceptions. Will they apply to you? They will not. World champion marksmen do not get to have guns in Nicaragua. There are extremely few firearms. The risk for someone who robs you at gunpoint, if a cop catches them, there's nothing they can do, right? They can't claim self-defense. Like, having a gun means the cops can just shoot them, right? Like, they get to do anything they want at that point. So they really don't want to get caught with a gun. Getting caught with a knife is far better. You can at least make excuses. Well, I just had a knife and I decided to use it, to threaten someone. But if you have a gun, it's like you acquired this illegally for the purpose of doing something illegal. You're screwed. So, yeah, there are still guns out there. Of course, there will always be. But the number are very, very few. But no, you cannot get one legally by any reasonable measure. Gabriella, thank you, Scott. You helped me so much. My pleasure. The thing that people do, so that's why you don't want to do that. But what do you want to do? Obviously, private flights are wonderful if you can afford it. They are super comfortable and the dogs love it. You don't have to have them in cages or anything. So that was pretty cool. You can drive down, obviously, and there are specialty flights that will go some places. Very hard to find. Unfortunately, moving animals here is a challenge. That's why a lot of people do it in cargo anyway. But it is tough. Luke says, Leo, nope. Nika police, private security, and military. That's it for lawful ownership, carry, or discharge. And actually, it's worth noting, private security cannot discharge. They can carry, and they can discharge in active defense when there is another gun. But they can't just discharge. Military can, under certain circumstances, discharge. Police, under very special circumstances, can discharge. But private security, I have private security with guns, and yeah, they can pull the gun out and whack you with it. They can scream at you and wave it at you, but they can't discharge it. Tiffany says, that chicken is a star. MS says, hello, beautiful peeps. The chicken on the hammock was so cute. Cutest fluff on its feet. You found another best friend. I did. He followed me around. She followed me around. all day. It was hilarious. Mr. Sammy says, yes, unfortunately it happens. It's up on YouTube. Nomad Capitalist got robbed at gunpoint in Managua. Yeah, we don't believe that one. No offense to Nomad Capitalist, but if you read his stuff about Nicaragua, he's not aware of Nicaragua. I'm very questioning whether he's been here. Two dudes on a bike, so watch out for them. Dress down, look like a local when you're alone. Yeah, Nomad Capitalist has quite a reputation. We can't really talk about him because he actively sues anyone who discloses information about him. But if you want to know anything, just go watch his shows and think critically about the things he says. Think about the size of his organization. Think about the kind of information that he says that he has. Read the stuff he has on Nicaragua that is blatantly unresearched and can be found anywhere to be inaccurate. And you will very quickly go, oh, and you'll realize everything you need to know. So I don't have to tell you anything. I don't have to say, yes, he did something. No, he didn't. But if you go to his site, let's put it this way. If anyone has done critical research on him, you will never quote him. Take that as you like. KL7RRC says, Scott, border crossings could be difficult with lots of stuff. Our excuse was temporary import, and it worked. Cool. Mr. Sammy says, when the government changed, he shut that all down, but it looks like you're okay if you've been grandfathered in before the change in government because they were cool to let me renew my license. I keep it for home use. Oh, your gun license? Everyone I know of, which is very few people, they went door to door and took those away. But it wasn't with the change of government. The guns were taken away recently, not with the change of government was long ago. It's mostly for show nowadays, and as for deterrence, most people back off if you're carrying. You rarely would ever need to actually use it. The nice thing is that people don't know. If you brandish a weapon, they don't know if you're private security or ex-military. Right, you could be in a security uniform, and you could be an off-duty cop. That's really common. So there is a real deterrent there because while I know which of my guards are police and which are private and which are military, no one else knows. And there is someone able to discharge here at all times. So no matter when you're here, you're if someone pulls a gun on you and you think you're gonna pull a gun on them, you're rolling the dice as to who's allowed to shoot first. So that's always a risk, right? Because there are people who are authorized to discharge at their discretion. Obviously not normal people, but those people are out there, and some of those people work as private security on the side. So that provides a bit of real deterrent for sure. Luke says, when does that video on spotting the phonies drop? I can tell you. Hold on. I'm on. I'm looking at the screen that would have it, so I got to bring it up on another one. Spotting the phonies. I actually don't know. Oh, I think it's going to drop on Tuesday. So that one's not edited yet. That is this one. If you see me look over like this, I'm trying to restart a download that just failed. Oh, I don't know what's going on with these failed downloads recently. I think it's my router is having an issue. But I am in the process of downloading the files specifically for that video so that I can edit them tomorrow night and then upload throughout the weekend, hopefully, and get that going for you guys for Tuesday. And that'll give me time to get the Laguna de Apoyo video edited, I hope, for Wednesday. That is the... Oh, I tried downloading it all as one file. That was part of my mistake. My bad. We'll get that. But yeah, I think Tuesday. So Laguna de Apoyo, over this past week, Ava and her sister Marilyn, we went to Laguna de Apoyo, and sorry, I have to. So we went to Laguna de Apoyo, which neither of them had ever been to before. And they really wanted to do some stuff like kayaking and ziplining, some things that just, are fun and things that you do up there. And so we went up on. I'm losing track of everything. I believe Saturday morning, we shifted some things around, so my week's been just nuts. And took the buses all day. So we had a full day on the buses, which is crazy. And finally got out in Messiah, took a taxi, went up to Josie Marr's house in the lagoon, and he wasn't there that night. So we just hung out, had a very chill evening, got Indian takeaway, which is very hard to get here in country. Neither of them had ever had Indian food before. I've never had Indian food in Nicaragua before. And so we just had dinner. We were all very tired. So we cracked open a bottle of wine and just hung out in the house. He doesn't really have TV and stuff. He does kind of, but so we really just kind of chilled and didn't go anywhere, and just had some wine and beers at the house, got to know the chicken, and called it a night. He came up in the morning the next day on Sunday, and we went into Laguna de Apoyo at Paradiso and went kayaking that day, or I went filming, they went kayaking. And we had a nice time on the lake. It was a very nice day, and Jim from the community, who is easily on now and just hasn't said hi yet, lives nearby. He came up and joined us at the lake. So we had a lot of fun. We got to hang out, saw a number of people. When I went to check out from Paradiso, the entire waiting area was all people who knew the show. They're like, oh my gosh, it's you. It was very funny. Then in the evening, we did a bunch of running around and ended up going to Granada for dinner. And I have another Nikagram post from dinner, which I'm just putting up. So we actually went to the Hotel Ruben Dario, and we'd said that we wanted pasta, and we were going up and down the calzada, and we couldn't know if. So first of all, the girls just cannot decide on places. They can't give you an answer, so you kind of have to take charge and do something, which I hate doing. So it's kind of like being with my children and being like, what do you want to eat? No one knows. You have to make a decision because you're the picky ones. But we went all over the place. So like, we don't want to keep walking around. I'm like, we're only walking around because you wouldn't make a decision. You refuse to look at restaurants. You refuse to discuss it. Now we're here. Now we have to walk around, right? You create these situations, people. If you're the picky eater, people, you drive the rest of us crazy. And it's like taking my nieces to Greece in 2019 all over again. So we were walking up and down the calzada. We couldn't find anything that wasn't like a party because it was Semana Santa. So even places that were more upscale were party-ish because of Semana Santa. So it was all very loud. And we saw a few places that like a couple pasta items. And I'm like, none of this looks like, let's get pasta. This is like, the pasta you make when no one will... no one will like something on the menu, so you have pasta just to appease someone, not pasta as a specialty. And I'm like, you know what? I'm pretty sure the Hotel Ruben Dario has a restaurant. Let's just go there. And they were like, okay. So we went into the Hotel Ruben Dario and checked the pictures. The place is gorgeous. It felt like we were eating at a theme restaurant in Disney World. If they were to do a Nicaragua hotel theme restaurant, that would be it, right? It was perfectly appointed. Everything was beautiful. Service was fantastic. And while we got very basic pasta, Ava got the pomodoro, fettuccine pomodoro. I got the fettuccine Alfredo, and they were out of shrimp. And both girls don't eat red meat, really. And so Marilyn got just a chicken sandwich, but everyone really liked it. I have to say, it's some of the best, maybe the best. I'm sure it's not the best, but it's right up there. It was one of the best pastas I've had in Nicaragua, certainly the best in Granada. It was a wonderful dinner. I had really good sangria. The place was relatively quiet. All the noise was coming from the street. The whole place was beautiful, and there was a fountain and just a great space. I highly recommend the Hotel Ruben Dario. It always has looked beautiful going by, but... never thought to really go in and eat there. I will totally eat there again. No question. Very nice place. So that was a great experience. You can see the pictures. Like, I think it turned out great from it looks like a really nice place. I'm glad we were able to go in and get pictures of it because it was a nice experience. And I think they really enjoyed it, right? They don't often or ever get a chance to go to like a really fancy restaurant for that kind of you know, like fancy hotel experience. They've never gone out to dinner in Granada. They've never gone out to dinner in Laguna de Apoyo. Like there's a whole bunch of stuff they haven't done. So that was I think really cool all around. We did not get a lot of time to explore Granada, so I'm hoping to come back in a future trip. So that was that night, and then the next day we actually took the day off. On Monday we did nothing. Like everyone was so tired, and Josie Marr slept in until like 1 p.m. Like it was crazy. Now it was probably noon, but it was really late, and Marilyn kept falling back asleep. So I did a bunch of work. I recorded a few episodes. It allowed me to stay caught up. I was able to charge devices. I was able to upload stuff to GoPro Cloud. Like I was able to be quite productive and was able to relax much of the day. And so the one thing we did was we drove into Masaya and went to El Arabe, which is the rare Arabic restaurant there. And the girls had never had hummus before. They'd never seen shawarma before. So they got a bit of new food for them. I got some falafel, which was okay. They had amazing chocolate mousse. A lot of people rave about the restaurant. I would say it was a nice place, but not as exciting as people make it sound. But it was a nice change of pace for sure. I very much appreciated that. We do make hummus at home, so we're like really into Mediterranean food. We did live in Greece and Italy and Spain, so that's part of our preferred diets. We're used to it. Wine and hummus and dipping bread in oil and all that. That's our vibe. But it was nice. It was nice. Definitely appreciate it. If you're in Messiah, certainly give it a try. And then that was it. Like, just hung out that night. So, I mean, we did some stuff, but it was all chill stuff. Just going to Messiah, just getting food, hung out in the afternoon, and everybody napped. And then at night, in the evening, we watched a movie. The girls and I, Josie Marr was off doing stuff. And then late at night, we went and I did a bonfire on the beach, which was super cool. And the girls went swimming for hours in the ice-cold lagoon, which was crazy. And Josie Marr and I just hung out by the fire. We did s'mores. The girls had never seen s'mores. They never heard of s'mores before. So that was a cool thing. Josie Marr is from Trinidad, but grew up in the U.S., so very American cultural stuff, right? So for us, we're like, yeah, American, like s'mores and bonfire, camp out on the beach, and they're like, this is so cool, American experience. So it was a lot of fun doing that. Came back, crashed, obviously, and then the next morning we had to be up early. Took a taxi to Catarina. Did the Mirador, did the zip lining, did breakfast out there, had a nice morning, did some filming out there. And then headed back, went into Managua. It was the last chance for Marcela to say goodbye to Ava before they take off. And that was it. We caught the bus back to Leon, and we're exhausted. So that was our trip. That was a quick recap. I got video of all that. We're going to do a show on it. We had a really nice time. It was really cool for a lot of reasons. And very nice that we got a final trip with Ava before she disappears for possibly forever. She's moving to Australia without plans of ever returning, so that is a really big deal for her. So we're all very sad that was the last time we get to see her, and her going away party is tomorrow, but I'm going to the mountains for my daughter's birthday, so I don't get to see her until I take her to the airport on Monday. All right. All right, Gabriella says, Scott, I will ask you a question because you have your own house. When we buy, how fast people get possession? I'm sure it's different like in Canada. It really depends on a lot of things. You get possession normally like same day from when you actually buy. But of course, there's a lot of process to buying, right? You need to prepare to move the money. For most people, it takes a long time to move the money. Not always, sometimes. A lot of times, the paperwork to clear the title and stuff can take weeks or months. So be prepared that there may be a lot of process, but from the time you actually complete the deal, you will get the keys the same day normally, or, next day at most. Tim says, when I am in town, I feel safe because I see security people everywhere, not many police. I've been traveling here for about 25 years and lived here since August. I've never felt threatened. He's out in the rural area west of Esteli. Tiffany says, I was going to mention when you were at the lake. I missed your live. YouTube didn't send me the notification. It was, oh, yes. YouTube may be glitching a lot recently, but because it was a vertical live, which only went on for a few minutes, like 10 minutes or something. Everyone said they didn't get it, and I believe it was set to like not announce or something. Because you have to do it on the phone, there's so many things that don't work with YouTube. Their app has so many like glitchy settings, and you like set it, but then when you go back to the screen, it's changed. Sometimes it gets bumped because you're doing stuff. Using your phone to go live, which so many people do, just has so many problems. Doing it like this works so much more reliably. Gabrielle says, Tiffany, I have the same problem. I'm already missed this one. I was just know Scott do live every Thursday. Oh, yeah, you kind of have to just know. Tim says, you can negotiate with the owner on when you can move into a house you are buying. After I made a down payment, the owner let me move in. Each deal will be different depending on the needs of each person. Yeah, for sure. Mr. Sammy says, 50 years here. I've been pickpocketed several times, one home break and robbed several times by my ex-wives and ex-girlfriends. I haven't been jumped yet on the street. You get used to it. Okay. Gabriella says, thanks, Tim. Anna Jones waves. Mr. Sammy says, I don't know if anyone has ever mentioned it. If you're going to buy property here, I would advise from the jump, plan to rent out a part of the property. Second house, garage, carport. I don't know why you would want to rent out a part of the property. I mean, you can, obviously, if your goal is to have people. So that's something that my wife would just be like, absolutely not. I don't want people living in my house. But a lot of people are like, I don't care who lives in my house as long as I get a little extra income, right? So it's very personal as to what you want and how much your privacy is worth extra money. Like here, we have outside buildings. We could have a couple people rent from us and still be locked out of the house. But they'd be right up against our windows. They would be able to, come right up to the back door. They'd be in our space, right? It'd be no different than having neighbors if you lived in the city, but we have a country house with a bunch of space around it. Like, we like having that space. And even if our security guard comes into our backyard, my dogs freak out. So that's a bit of a funny one, but I think that's very much a personal thing. There's no reason that I can think of to advise planning on renting out a portion of the property. If you have more property than you need and you don't mind people being in your space, then it goes without saying renting it out is the thing to do. Maybe buy a smaller place if you're buying a place larger than makes sense for you. But, nothing wrong with trying to make money on your property. But I don't see it as a specific bit of advice unless I'm missing some aspect of it there. And not very many expats, I think, are looking for there to be like a pulperia in their house. You could, right? If it's interesting to you, by all means. But seems like an odd one in most cases. Yeah, as an extra revenue stream. I mean, only if you're right, but I mean, you can say that about anything. Make sure you're working another job and have invested in a business, right? Like, or just don't buy a house that you don't need, and use the money somewhere that's a bit more practical. Okay, great. My wife doesn't know where the scale is, and I need to find it while I'm on the live stream. Luke says 1 kilogram is 2.205 pounds, or 2.2 pounds. Thanks, Luke. Did someone need to know that? I don't know. I don't know where that came from, but yes, that is true. That feels like one of those WhatsApp conversations where you're like, was this really meant for me? No one commented on any of the pictures. Do you guys look at the Instagram pictures when I Nikagram pictures? That was a slip. Nikagram pictures when I put them up. You were looking for your scale. I see. Yes. I need a scale that actually weighs things, you see. When I go to switch drinks, I will go look for the scale. Hopefully I can find it fast. Tiffany says, I misread that. I thought Mr. Sammy was saying rent before you buy, as in to see if the property you're interested in is purchasing possibly rentable. I read that way too fast. Yeah, that at first I was thinking the same thing. Like, definitely rent before you buy so you have time to figure it out. He's saying that everybody should be a landlord, which certainly... She's like, send the scale with Leo tomorrow. I'm like, I have Leo all day. He's taking me to Madagalpa. Yep. I mean, it is, you know, a lot of people who buy here find that they do want to have an extra revenue stream, but if that's true, then that logic would apply in the United States as well, right? Were you renting out in the United States or wherever you're coming from, Canada, whatever? If you weren't renting out there, there's no particular reason to rent out here. Less, actually, because you've spending less, presumably, Mr. Sammy says. Another idea, some primos, cousins, purchased box trucks, large pickups, microbus to make a few bucks moving people and products around. Yes. I don't know how much that would... So, as with anything, right? If you're Nicaraguan, a lot of those things make sense. If you were a gringo, you will typically pay more for those things, pay more for their repair, not necessarily be in a great position to be the driver of them because you'll be tagged more often. The cost of everything will be higher. You take on more risks, and so you'd struggle to compete because your costs are higher. You'd earn less than a Nicaraguan. So if a Nicaraguan doing it is only earning a very small amount, working full time, you would presumably make less. So it's working as an underpaid Nicaraguan is generally not ideal if you have other options. Now, if you're just buying those things and renting them out, you know, still some of that logic still applies. You're unlikely to get the best deal on purchasing it, a good deal, but maybe not the best deal, and maintenance of it, unless you're doing that maintenance yourself. But then again, if you're doing the physical labor yourself, you are not leveraging what makes sense in the market, and you are working at very low income rather than leveraging the arbitrage, right? So it can work, but if you really want to make money in the market, arbitrage is the answer. Do you have all the luxury brands in Nicaragua as well? I only recall Chinese, Japanese, and a few American-made vehicles, for example, Cadillac, Lexus. Oh, I don't consider those luxury. I consider those mockery brands. Sorry. For real, though, I don't think of them as luxury in any way. We do not have many of those. We do have Mercedes-Benz. I've seen BMWs on the road. You can import anything specialty, but none of those have dealers We do have Toyota like Land Cruisers, which are luxury. Definitely Mercedes-Benz luxury. I just went past that the other day. I think those are the only luxury brands that are represented by dealerships. Someone may jump in and be like, wait, there's a blah, blah, blah. But in general, if you want anything like that, because there's no market for it at all, you would just go to Costa Rica or Guatemala, buy it and drive it in, and pay the import, because you totally can. But because there aren't parts for them, they would be really problematic, right? You'd just feel stupid, I think, most of the time, because it's, cars get dinged up, the roads are rough, parts aren't available. So if you have a weird car, people are like, oh, that's neat, but boy, is that dumb, right? Like, you just paid triple what everyone else did for a car that doesn't work as well as a Toyota. So it's a little bit tough. We get Mazda, which is quite nice, Toyota, Nissan, but none of their luxury brands, just their normal ones. And then we get nearly every major Chinese brand. Range Rovers? I have yet to see a Range Rover in the country. I also don't think of them as luxury. I think of them as goofy. Land Cruisers for sure. Those are nice. Range Rovers I think of as like a kid's car, like for suburban moms, not like a luxury brand. I have a weird view of luxury, right? The bigger the brand name, the more I think of it as trashy and cheap. So I always have this weird reaction to what other people consider luxury. I consider garbage. So I'm a bad guide. Luke says, I saw a fully restored 1970 Duster in Madagalpa yesterday. Every so often I see a really nice Duster and I'm really jealous. Parts have to be super rare and expensive. At least the service is simple. Yeah, I would take an old Duster. Every so often there's like a really old Datsun or something. I was like, oh man, that looks so nice. What did I see? There I forget what it's called. It was really nice. See if I can look up what it was. It's a Nissan, a really nice Nissan. I'm not sure how old though. I want to say the 90s. Can I bring Cayenne? Maybe not. Do you mean like a Porsche Cayenne or the Pepper? Oh, Porsche. Can you? Yeah, of course. I don't know why you would. You can just buy them up in Guatemala. I'm pretty sure it has a dealership. You just drive them down. I've seen not silly Porsches. I've seen sports Porsches in Guatemala. So you can definitely get them. Many years ago, this is Tim, I heard Range Rovers were not allowed in Nicaragua. I owned a Datsun diesel pickup. Well, Range Rovers are Chinese now, so they're definitely allowed. Just why would anyone get one? Mr. Samus says, maybe rent a part, assuming you're a landowner. Example, the bank. Gefe? I don't know. That's, I think, a typo. I'm not sure what it is. Next to me, he was savvy. The two houses next to him, refurbished them, and he's renting them out for money. I mean, yes. I'm not... Mr. Sammy, I'm not sure where you're going. Yes, being a landlord can be a way to make money if that's how you want to spend your time, and you know, if you're I'm just not sure where you're going. A 240Z. Oh, the bank Jefe next to me. He was savvy. Had the two houses next to him. Yeah, I mean, so the thing is, if you're local, you have local resources, right? You have a completely different equation than if you're a foreigner and not doing your own work and have access to other ways to make far more money. And so that's a difficult one, right? If you have all the resources to maintain and rent homes, and you're in an area where you can get a good deal, and you know you're getting a good deal on them, and you know you're able to watch over them, there's a lot of things that go into it. But certainly you can make money renting things. But you got to have the money to put in the first place, and you're taking the risk that someone doesn't rent it, and for every time, 2 or 3 people are like, I make X amount of dollars, I can tell you one of my neighbors rented a place to a guy for $200 a month, and the guy did $3,000 of damage in his first month. So they would have to rent it for years in order to just get back to the $3,000 that he took, let alone make any money. So they lost a decade of potential profits from that house in 1 month of rental from a guy. And so that is risk that you have to take. And yeah, that was an extreme circumstance, but that was my neighbor and a situation that I was directly knowledgeable about. Who knows how often it happens. And so, yeah, there are definitely people with success stories or people who project success stories. Oh, I've been doing great. I've been renting this place out, whatever. But they generally don't tell you about all the losses they take or the months when nothing's there or how much money they had to put into it up front. And were they able to get a mortgage? He's the bank cafe. Maybe he got a mortgage that is not available to you. If I was to go take out a mortgage here to buy some places, sure, I could do it, but I'm going to be paying outrageous rates. We have some videos where we talked about what the rates are like on some things, and it can be devastating, right? It's not a cut and dry thing, right? Anyone can look at any industry and see somebody who made money. And some, certainly like being a landlord, quite often makes money, right? So we're not saying it doesn't often make money. It does often make money. But it does take work, it does take skill, and it does include risk, as everything does. And so you have to weigh all those things. Do you want to put that time into it? Are you willing to look over it? Are you, especially as a foreigner, so anything that the bank Hefe can do is way better for him than for you. So you're competing against people like him who are definitely making money and can go buy the house that you're going to buy. He didn't buy it. So if you're buying it, sure, there's a limit to how many he can buy, but in theory, he can buy a lot. If he has access to financing, knows what he's doing, has the local resources, he can go do a whole bunch more. You could probably do better investing through him in his business than competing with him with your own, because same things that everyone has. If you're not watching over the place that you rent, it's going to get damaged. If you're not watching over the hotel you have, people are going to steal your stuff. People are going to check people in and take cash. You've got to be involved. Same with a business anywhere, right? Take it from someone who's been embezzled in the United States, right? If you don't have your thumb on every bit of the business, at some point someone's going to steal it all, right? Not necessarily, but the risk is high. And here, where you're a foreigner and their risk is lower and the incentive is higher, there's more likely to be someone skimming at least a little bit. You think you're going to run that bar and you're not going to be behind the bar all the time? Guess what? Your employees are going to sneak drinks and they're going to give out drinks to their friends. Even if they're not stealing cash or doing anything big, some of your stock is going to leak out. It's just how it is. And even if it's nothing more than just not being as careful as they should be with the glass bottles and they break more often than they should, you're going to have losses. So basically everyone who's being successful has a few things going for them. They have specific knowledge of the market. They have direct access to labor, such as being married into a family or being Nicaraguan and having neighbors and stuff that are old family friends that are watching out for them. And they're physically involved with the business and not earning their money through the investment primarily, but earning it through the labor of working the job. Maybe they make some additional through the investment, but mostly it's labor. And in most cases, they're doing all of this and willing to live with a lower rate of return or lower overall income than someone from the US, Canada, or Western Europe would be willing to put up with. And so you may find someone who's like, this is a great deal, but you can't replicate that deal. So in this particular example, we don't know, but presumably he bought those houses for less money than you would have paid for them. He had better market knowledge of which houses were good for him to buy. He was able to use family resources and his job to probably get better deals on purchasing them, more flexibility, lower rates, whatever, and was able to get cheaper labor to put into it all. And at the end of the day, he's probably willing to do all of that and put more of his own effort in than you would be willing to do for lower returns. So just because it could be a slam dunk for him doesn't mean it would even be successful for you. It could be, But you need to look at it. Just because other people do it doesn't mean that it's going to work for you. They have mostly done it because for them, it was a thing they had an advantage in. I don't know about this guy, but every time you see a successful business, it's always, we knew this business, we had these resources, we were in a special position. There's a reason that they can give for why they were successful. And what you never hear is, I saw someone else do it, so I did it and just copied it, because you can't copy the parts that are the special sauce. You can only copy the facade, right? My neighbor opened a McDonald's on the corner. It was successful. So I opened a McDonald's on the corner, but he picked the first corner and he got the jump. And what you don't know is his cousin had a franchise deal and he was able to get a deal on it or something, right? And you don't know which things were the special sauce for him. That's his special sauce of business. Now, maybe he just got lucky. That happens too, but less often than someone being in a position. And the reality is the world is Nepo babies. All of us, right? Even that successful plumber you met that one time, yeah, he didn't have a billionaire father who handed him a plumbing empire, but chances are he had a relative who was a plumber who got him interested in and knowledgeable of basics of plumbing long before he was in a position to become an apprentice plumber. And he knew he was going to be able to get into the union and work his way through from an early age, and so was able to skip a whole bunch of expensive learning things that other people do. Well, I got to try electrician. I got to try, dance. I got to try being a writer. I got to try being a garbage collector and see what things I like. No, he jumped straight into plumbing when he was 12, knew that was what he was going to do, didn't spin his wheels doing a bunch of other things, had what little bit of money he ever earned doing newspaper delivery, he threw into starting his own little plumbing business. And by the time he's 22, he owns his own truck and a plumbing business. And he's now on his way to that plumbing empire. Yeah, it's a real basic thing. But because there was a plumber in his family that got him started, he was able to do that. I was able to move into software engineering at a very young age because my father gave me that in. I'm a Nepo baby in a very funny area of software engineering, right? And my cousin is a Nepo baby because my uncle was an HVAC specialist. My cousin went into it and moved up really quickly because he had access to unlimited knowledge on HVAC that other people did not. It's not the kind of thing you think of as Nepo babies, but the reality is that's what we are. We think of that as like Hollywood types, but that's a interesting example. Everyone wants to be a Hollywood star, but only children of other Hollywood stars have any shot at it. Reasonable, because who else knows anything about getting to be one? You don't. So you got to have those connections. But most of us get those connections. Every person I know who's a successful pizzeria owner, their parents were a slightly less successful pizzeria owner who gave them a leg up as they started, and they had one more tier of advantage over their parents or grandparents or whatever. And so you'll likely find that people who are successful landlords, as an example, probably had parents who had some experience in that and gave them a leg up. I knew how to install my own carpeting and fix a broken window because my dad taught me. Right now, I'm able to rent out houses a little bit cheaper, and I've worked for big. Family trades. Exactly. Now we call them Nepo babies, but yeah, exactly. Family trades. And that's, my dad was the first, and he, carved out a path. Now, he had kind of a unique situation because the career that my family ended up having as a family trade didn't exist when my father was a child. So when he was, in his 30s, the career kind of started to become a thing. So he was the first generation or first half generation within that field in any meaningful way. So I'm actually basically the youngest someone could possibly be and be a child of someone in that industry, both because my dad was at the youngest you could be to be in it, and I was at the youngest to be the offspring learning to do that from him within reason. So I was in the first couple years, in the first 0.001% of potential people to do that. So that's kind of unique, but I do it. My cousin does it. My children have interest in a related area because of it. Like that, it's really apparent when I look back and go, could other people have done the same thing I did? No, not because they're not as smart or as skilled or, driven, but because I had those breaks more than once. But those breaks came because my dad. gave them to me. He didn't think about it. He didn't go, I'm going to give my son a break in this area. No, it was just he had this knowledge base that other people didn't have. And he had a natural affinity for it, which I'm sure I got through genetics. So that as well. But there's, other than he liked it and I liked it, right? It was the right place and the right time comes from somewhere. I'm going to take a break here in just a second to go look for that scale. There is a car on its way to my house right now, so I need to do this. Good point. He's the boss of the bank, so he has connections, right? Even if it's not connections, it's something. Even if it's just knowledge. Sammy says, funny you mentioned that. My other neighbor that building a school with his socios, I found out he's not the money man. He's cheated. He cheated. Not cheated on someone. He cheated on the system. He married into money. His wife is a burgess. Okay. Luke says, if all goes well, I'm signing a 1-year lease in Madagalpa tomorrow. Congratulations. Scott says, good luck, Luke. Tiffany says, all is well, Luke. You've got this. All right, guys, I'm going to be back in just a minute. Talk amongst yourselves. Make sure people don't leave. We got 30 people. I expect 35 by the time I get back. Ask questions. Get things going. I'm going to go look for this scale and get these keys at least ready. And I'm going to go, oh, no, that's still full. I'm going to go, I don't know. I'm just going to look for this scale. I will be. After these messages, I'll be right back. I really need to figure out how to get an ad loop that runs and does, like, special things. Like, the more you know, and knowing is half the battle, and, like, gives, like, inspirational quotes while I'm out running little errands around the house. I'll be right back. I've returned. I found the scale. I am back. We went down to 26 people. I made you guys promise that we would stick to or grow the 30 people, and we did not. I am disappointed in all of you. All right, so I found the scale and the keys. I gave them to my guard. So when people say, why do you have a security guard? This is why. I literally walked outside, handed them to him, and said, Don Martin, my driver, is coming. Please give these to him because I'm in my live stream. He's like, gotcha. Let's see, is my download still working? Yes, it's coming along. Fingers crossed. Let me just tell her. All right. Lisa's, Mr. Sammy, hola St. Luke. So you're renting a whole house for a whole year. Madagalpa is nice. I have a Tia there. Tiffany says, wonderful. Now my dogs are barking back. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. Ben says, speaking of Managua, my Wise Cam just got pulled from my luggage a couple weeks ago. Really? Oh, that's weird. I'm not familiar with a Wise Cam. I assume that is a cam. Oh. A Wise Cam like a house security camera? Those are allowed, but do have to be cleared through Telcorp. Luke says, 1 bed, 1 bath, fully furnished apartment, water and Wi-Fi included. Last few months, electric for the unit ran 300 cord monthly, which is under $10. I had a 2-1, and we ran at about 380 cord monthly. So that's a really good deal, but it's also just 1 bedroom. Mr. Sammy says, the analogy of the plumber, actually my buddy from grammar school. He got into AC residential because both his brothers were already established, so he cheated as well. Exactly, right? So, I mean, that's almost exactly my cousin, right? My uncle. I mean, I could have gone into HVAC if I wanted to. He would have been like, yeah, let's do that. But that cousin was a lot closer to him and didn't have a particular thing he wanted to do. He did flounder a little bit, tried a few different things, and then was like, I should do the family trade, and went into HVAC and super successful. Mr. Sammy says, fair price, that gets you in. Scott says, that's a great price, Luke. Mr. Sammy says, fair price, that gets you in the door and in the country. Set up shop and check out the local area, see if you really like it, or later try another city. Luke says, shows consistent 31 viewers here. Oh, weird, I'm showing 27 right now. Luke says, I'll be building north of Molina Norte within 18 to 24 months. Cool. Molina Norte looks nice. I'm going to be going through there tomorrow, I think. The doggo scared away the viewers and got my dog sent outside. Mr. Sammy says, Wise Cam, oh my God. He wrote it like that. That was the accent I assume he had going on for that. Oh, I'm getting YouTube notifications. What is this? Oh, other people posting. Other YouTubers exist. No, they don't. It's a lie. Isn't it somewhat cooler there? What is that a question in reference to? We're checking it out. Madagalpa. It's a lot cooler there. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted to do. Come back. Okay. Tiffany says, is that similar to a Ring camera? I think it's basically like a simpler Ring camera. It's like just a house security camera. A lot of similar things are available here. People have them all the time. MBA says, is MBA also Ambiente 14? No, different, but the timing was coincidental. When is the wet season and dry season in Nicaragua? Basically, what's winter in the United States is dry season here, and what is summer in the United States is wet season here. So more or less, June, July, August, September, October, November is the wet season. December, January, February, March, April, May is the dry season. It is shifting, so we're having a hard time keeping up with exactly when it is, but more or less that's what it is. It's 6 months, dry, wet, but the opposite of what you would generally think. So what we call it's during the warmest time is when it's raining, which makes it feel the coolest, so they refer to that as winter. It's very hard to keep it all track. Luke says currently 75 in Madagalpa, low of 65, which is so comfy. Mr. Sammy says, Aduana is annoying. You just never know how much. It's always too much. Ben Lander says, yes, Wisecam, Wi-Fi, point, tilt, zoom, security, HD camera. Yep, those are not considered cameras. They're considered networking gear. And they're very restricted. It's very weird. Like you're required to have them, but very specific ones. It's strange. Quite strange. I do admit that is a weird thing here, and a surprise. Normally, I think people can get them in. I don't think that's too much of a problem, but we've heard of that before. I think they're like taxed heavily or something. Did they take it away, or did they just make it that you had to go back and like do something to get it? That could kind of go either way. By the way, while we're talking about all this, if you've not signed up for Nicoloro or Nikagram or both, you should consider doing so now. It's completely free. It's a great way to share what's going on in your life with other people here on the channel. Luke posts sometimes, but not enough. I post a lot, but still not enough. I'm trying to carry the weight for everybody. But they are very cool. I am starting to get traction, so it takes time, right? But I'm getting traction from people outside the server. More and more places are connecting to our server and seeing our content. So tag it well, especially Luke. Make sure you're tagging your photos with meaningful tags. Like make sure it says Nicaragua, make sure it says Madagalpa or whatever, it says coffee, whatever it is you're posting. Make sure you're tagging that. And I am getting hits. Nicaragua Linda seems to be getting quite a few. I post photography, street photography, whatever is appropriate, obviously. And so Nika Loro is basically our Nicaraguan equivalent of Twitter or X. It is part of the Mastodon Fediverse. So if you are already on Mastodon, you can just follow us on there. And I keep saying I'm going to produce a list of all the people, and I haven't done that yet. That is my bad. If you are not already on Mastodon, then you should join us on Nika Loro, and you can follow people across the Fediverse from there. You don't have to, if you want to see someone on Mastodon.social or Masto.es in Spain or Mastodon.cr in Costa Rica, you can see them from our Mastodon server. We're connected to all those, so you can be in one place and see everywhere, but you can represent Nicaragua while being here. Likewise, if you're really into photography and the image style stuff rather than status updates, you can join us on Nikagram.com, which is basically the same thing. It's part of the PixelFed Fediverse, which there is some crosstalk between the systems, so you can be on Nikagram, watch Nika Loro, you can be on Nika Loro and watch Nikagram. However, the experiences are quite different. On Nika Loro, everything is about the status. You got to write something. You have to have text or it's not going to do anything. And you can add a picture if you like. If you're on Nikagram, it's all about the photo. You don't have to have any text, but you do have to have a photo. On Nika Loro, you can have up to 4 photos, and you can only view 4 photos if someone is coming in from somewhere else. But if you're on Nikagram, you can have up to 12 photos on a single post, so you can make kind of a story or a collection within that. So one is all about status updates, one is all about photos, but they use a very similar underlying technology to communicate between them, even though they're completely independent platforms. So both are fun and meaningful and great ways to get involved and collaborate and become a part of our Nicaraguan community. Also a good way to show support and a wonderful place if you are going to be traveling in the country or living here to share what you're doing, find out what's going on, connect with other people, and it keeps growing little by little. And as we get towards a critical mass, obviously more interesting things will start to happen. Right now, sure, a lot of it is me posting my own status stuff, which is okay. I know a lot of you being my community, right? You do follow me, so cool, awesome. But this is meant to be all of us following all of us, right? So it's a really cool thing for everyone to get in there, share your stuff, and have this collaboration of us all. I want to see everyone experiencing restaurants, right? I want to see your reviews of different places you've been. I want to all that kind of stuff. I want to see that, right? So I don't do it all day long, but like when I go to bed at night, I always check Nika Loro, I always check Nikagram, and I do follow a lot of photographers on Nikagram. Nika Loro, I get far less. Often I'm like, there's very little here, even though the platform's fantastic. But on Nikagram, I go on there and there's just tons of photographers that I like, and they're doing street photography and landscape photography and different things. I find it a lot of fun and a really nice way to, go to sleep at night. But unlike Instagram, it doesn't send me down a bunch of rabbit holes and doesn't show me ads. Neither of them have any ads. So 100% it's just paid for by our community. There's no profits, there's no business or anything like that. Tiffany says, you said this needs to be cleared. All my properties either have Ring or NetView. Wait, I need special approval for them? Yes, or at least ship them in through a shipper that can get them in. Don't bring them in your luggage. As a general rule, anything that is not something you would bring in. Oh, as I'm saying this, somebody just liked one of the pictures from Mastodon. And that's where I post like my Duolingo status, right? What's going on with my Duolingo this week? Here's my inspiration. Like I like posting that stuff. If my brain is getting old. If you're bringing in anything that is not clearly a tourist item, I recommend shipping it in with a shipper. That way it's going through specific aduana clearing, and you're declaring it as an import rather than trying to bring it in as luggage, in which case you are trying to bypass importation and hoping for the best. It's a much more reliable process. So once in a while, I bring things in my luggage, absolutely, but I'm very careful to bring in things that make sense and that are legitimate tourist things, or that I'm just willing to take a risk on. But the moment I'm getting anything else, I just bring it in through NVO's Fast Track, and life is easy. MBA says, do you generally have to go to the capital for specific goods, or does every region generally have most products, for example, appliances? Well, appliances, yes. You do not have to go to the capital for appliances. I can definitely buy nearly any appliance here in Leon, for example. Madagalpa would probably have more than Leon. Esteli should be similar to Leon. Chinandega, probably pretty close to Leon. Grenada, maybe a bit less. Messiah, maybe a bit less because they're so close to the capital. But for other things, if you're getting into specialty items or you really want selection, we go to the capital. But for most of the country, the capital's really close. As foreigners, we tend to think of the capital as being a little bit far away. And certainly if you're in San Juan del Sur or Bilwi, it is far away. But if you're in Chinandega, Leon, Esteli, Madagalpa, Hinotega, Boaco, Huigalpa, Granada, Messiah, Rivas, it's not far. It's right there. So it's the same distance I would go for shopping back home in New York. So it's really not a big thing. I can be in the capital to go shopping in well under 2 hours, really easily. And I'm on the west side of Leon. I'm out in Sutiava. Luke says, I'll have photos of the new apartment neighborhood and on my trip to Managua Migracion within the next 10 days. Hold on. I just got to tell Paul something. Mr. Sammy says, Scott, I'm a bit confused. Normally, Laguna de Apoyo only means that you went down to the Crater Lake to swim. The Mirador de Catarina means only that you went up to Catarina. Did you do both? Yes, we did both. So Laguna de Apoyo is the lake. We were staying inside the crater, but inside the crater at Catarina. Because Catarina is also... So Catarina is that whole side of the lake with the beaches is inside the village of Catarina. It's weird. But so the house we were staying at is inside the crater and right looking at the water, but it's next to the sign that says welcome to Catarina. So it's all of that is Catarina. Catarina is actually a relatively large municipality, but we also went up to the Mirador and all that. But the Mirador is of Laguna de Apoyo, right? So it's kind of all one thing. Mr. Sammy said, "Am I a noob? I've never heard of Nika Graham or Nika Loro." Yep. Must be. Go check them out. Just go to the websites and sign up with an account. It's all free. Just go join up, post pictures and status and all kinds of stuff. It's super awesome. Ben says, went through all sorts of headaches trying to bring in a Wi-Fi access point. Decided against going that route. Opted to gift the $30 used Wi-Fi cam. Did they say something about clearing it with... They did say something about clearing it with telco department. Yes. Telecor. It is a telco department, but its name is Telecor. Yeah, that's a huge pain, and it's just anything like that they have to clear to make sure it is what it says it is and that it's a real thing and not things made to look like something else. So it's much more a process of verifying than approving, if that makes sense. But there isn't a specific tax on that type of equipment that has to be paid, so that's just part of the aduana system. It's a headache, but it is what it is. Just ship it in through a shipper, and you don't have to worry about it. As long as it's something legal, but all that stuff's completely legal. Larry says, there's Larry. Been on pins and needles to jump on the show since 6 p.m. Sorry, Larry. It's been a day. I've been running late on stuff today. Actually, we've been on for a little while now. This is going well. This is flying by. I feel like we just started. Sometimes 2 hours in, I'm like exhausted, and today I'm just like, we're going. But I do have rum and coke, so there's a little bit of caffeine going on today. Been on pins and needles, jump on the show since 6 p.m. Bears just picked 10th in the NFL draft. Boring compared to your show. Thanks, Larry. How's it going? I am Larry. If you're just getting on, I am here wrapping up my 48 hours in Leon after being in Laguna de Apoyo and jumping on the taxi to go to Madagalpa at 8 a.m. tomorrow. I will be back in town on Tuesday. Every time I say that, I get a little bit tired. Tim says, I have seen Hisense and EasyViz cameras in Esteli. I saw a kit in China market with 4 cameras for about $100. Hisense, it's, wait, no, it's, that's almost the name. Crap. They're good, though. EasyViz I've not seen. We see Swan a lot down here. Mostly we get our cameras from Managua. It's one of those things that's just generally worth going in. You don't have to, but generally worth going in. Now I can't think of their name. Roger's here. Hi, Scott. My wife and I are following you tonight. Like, following? Like, maybe he means on the live stream. We were curious as to how many of your viewers have already relocated to Nicaragua. That's a good question. I don't actually know. A lot. I think it's in the thousands because of the number of people I talk to and run into and see that are like, yeah, we view your show, we moved to Nicaragua. It's big numbers. It is not like a few dozen. No, it's certainly big numbers. Tom says, hi, Scott, how was the Indian near the Laguna? You must be thrilled. I was thrilled. It was not bad. It's certainly the only Indian in Nicaragua. I want to encourage people to go out and get them because I want a lot of it to get purchased and to encourage there to be more Indian and for it to improve. But let's just say that I am glad I was able to have it. I will still go to Costa Rica to get Indian, but I won't feel the pressure so much. Worth getting, though. Absolutely. Mr. Sammy says, I don't know why, but some of the importers can get your stuff in and Aduana will overlook it, but they are tough with you as an individual. Oh, no. So there's a reason for that, actually. So the reason is when you go through as an individual, you're not an importer. You're a tourist or a resident, but you're just a traveler, and you're not supposed to be bringing in, not that it's illegal, but you're not supposed to be bringing in things that will get caught by Aduana. That's not the idea. If anything gets caught by Aduana and you didn't declare it, technically you're supposed to get like a fine or a slap on the wrist or yelled at or something. The idea is if there is something that Aduana should catch, you're supposed to have declared it. And then you're declaring yourself an ad hoc importer, and you're going to go through the maximum effort to deal with that importation, whatever that is. Not that it's a penalty. You're just in the worst case scenario, which is no preparation, ad hoc. If you are an importer, we'll just use Nika Box as an example. They're a big one. Or Optima, right? Big volume places. This is what they do. This is their job. They have import specialists, and they are listed as an importer. So they do a bunch of the work on behalf of Aduana. Now, Aduana has to trust them to some degree, but that is what they do. And so, hold on. People are sending me messages. Why can no one deal with these things on their own? There's no need for me to be involved in people handing things to a driver. Okay. So an importer is a registered importer, and they know the rules, and they go through a bunch of things, and they take care of a bunch of the steps, and they do it in large volume, and they do it every day. So they walk in, they're like, hey, I know you, and I know you, we're here for today's shipment, and here's what we got, and here's, and they're ready to pay, and they do it every day. So there isn't these questions, there isn't a penalty, there isn't we're going to wait and see what goes on. There's none of that. This is an everyday process for them. And so they come through, and this is the same in the U.S., right? If you come into the U.S. and you want to bring in a car and it's just you, are you allowed to do that? Absolutely. It's just you're going to pay the maximum for everything. It's going to be the maximum amount of work. No one is going to have it worse than you because you've not prepped anything. Kind of like if you represent yourself in court. Are you allowed to be your own lawyer? Sure. No one's going to have a worse time than you. The people who have the professional lawyers just know what's going on better, and they're going to be much more smooth and fast and get better results because they know what they're doing. In court, that's bad. In importation, it's good. So these importers know everyone, know everything, and they have deals worked out to make things fast and simple. So once in a while, you pay a little bit too much. Most of the time, you pay a little bit less. And overall, you always pay, and the government always gets their money, and things move very fast and efficiently. And so that's why you use an importer, because you're following the correct procedure for things to work. And as long as you do things the way you're supposed to, and this is worldwide, has nothing to do with Nicaragua. Nicaragua, we're just more attuned to it because of something about the nature of the country being so open. We feel like we can just do anything and then get caught when it's like, okay, you can't just do anything. And so some of these things like importers still are super valuable and worth their weight in gold, and don't charge their weight in gold, which is partially what makes them so valuable. Tim says, I showed them a cheap spotting scope and binoculars last time I came in. A lot of paperwork, and I have to take them with next time I leave. Mr. Sammy says, some of the importers have special privileges. Some people are more equal than others. It's true, but I think that a lot of the importers have the special privileges because they like pay differently, or they have higher volume. That may not be true. I don't know, but that is my assumption. Again, same thing in every country, right? There's people who've done it for a long time, people who have really high volume and have maybe paid ahead to work out deals. Some places do kind of an in-between where they have experience, but they aren't guaranteeing a volume or whatever. And so there's a lot of different ways it could theoretically be approached. So I don't know. But that is one of the reasons, I'm sure, why some of us use. And it's not just that, but it's also like I use an importer that uses a weight-based system, but other importers will do different types of how you pay for items to come in. And that, I think, is interesting that those variations exist. And it's just something you need to be aware of, that depending on what you're shipping, different shippers will have different benefits at different times. I like that mine is purely weight-based because I just ship stuff and get a decent rate. Could I play around with it and find some cheaper way sometimes? Probably. But it gives me a good rate, and unless I'm shipping in something super heavy, Now, if I was shipping in things like really heavy, like weights, right? I'm just going to ship in a bunch of lead. There's got to be a better way. But, can do my own container full of weights or something. But as long as I'm shipping in Amazon garbage and a lot of plastic diddly dads and cameras and stuff, then paying by weight is a very reasonable way to go. And my volume just isn't that high to justify doing anything special, right? Like if I was shipping in hundreds of thousands of things per year, of dollars of things per year, then it would be worth doing a bunch of stuff and being like, okay, this shipment should go this way, this shipment should go that way. We just do, are we being really impatient and in a hurry? Basically, if my wife orders it, then it's got to go by air. And if I order it, then I'm patient and it goes by maritime and costs 1/3 as much. That's about it, as far as those things go. So it's, I find it all very interesting. It's neat learning about it and being able to take advantage of it. In the U.S., we would just, every time I import in the U.S., it's like I go through, so I buy camera lenses. Sometimes I pick one up and show it, but I don't have one sitting here. And those companies do their own importation. So I just order from them and they just ship in. Of course, now that's going to be terrible. I'm hoping that they start sending here directly, and that'll be great. Ben says, binoculars. I was actually thinking about packing my Sakar 10x50 bird watchers. Be warned. So it's just important, though. Notice he only had to do paperwork. They are absolutely allowed. Binoculars are protected under executive order that, they can make you do paperwork, but they can't take them. They can't stop you. Scott says, scenario for you, Scott. Coming to Nicaragua for an extended 3 to 6 months scouting trip. I want to bring my personal PS5. I use it to talk with my 2 sons. Will this be an issue? It will not be a criminal issue, but it will be an aduana issue. Almost certainly. There are people who get through aduana with those things and not get it mentioned, but they are rare. PS5s are pretty large, and they're very identifiable. It is not considered a tourist item. It is not portable. If you had a Steam Deck, which is an equal gaming platform, no problem. Nintendo Switch, no problem, because they're classified as portable. I mean, they are portable. The PS5 is not, and so if they see it, they almost certainly will. It will be caught by aduana. That means they're going to take it. If Michael's on, he's the best one because he recently had an Xbox do this in the last few months and had to go through the multi-days of dealing with aduana for that. So unfortunately, being in the console gaming world, you have some penalties when it comes to global travel beyond just it filling up your luggage, and it's just crap, right? But it'll cause you problems in a lot of countries, not just Nicaragua. Nicaragua does have more challenging aduana on average than the average country you would go to, but a lot of places will have problems with the PS5 because it's a large ticket item that people want to get around importation limits on, and so putting them in luggage is a way to bypass the importation systems. And considering how few PS5s are in the country, if they didn't catch it in aduana, it would be a pathway to destroy the local market practically overnight. All the expats would fly in with PS5s, charge a premium for them, but less than the VAT, the IVA comes up for, and the import tax, and all the local Nicaraguan shops going by the book would be out of business basically overnight. So they have to, right? It's not just they're going to catch me and get some money. No. They're protecting legitimate businesses, and there would be a lot of ire from Nicaraguans if they started looking the other way on that stuff coming in. So unfortunately, yeah, the upside is it's just a fee. But the downside is it's normally a fee that you have to pay a day or two later. It's a major hassle, unfortunately. If it was like, it's $50, just that's what it is. It's a PS5, it's $50, we know how much it is. They catch you, they go, $50, and you just give it to them, and you're good to go. No, they take it, they look at it, you have to go deal with this headache of a process, get it, and then return, and it can end up costing days and hundreds, and, for me, getting a computer and stuff out of everything overall probably cost me in excess of $1,000 of real money plus 3 days of my time back in 2021. So if you can find a way to avoid it, I would. And what I would do is, honestly, ship one in. It will be cheaper and easier to ship one in. I don't know how much it weighs, but I guarantee even if you pay air freight rates, it'll be a better experience for you overall. That's what I would do. I would ship it in that way. Mr. Sammy says, I think they were overcharging way too much for used desktop computers that I picked up for cheap on Craigslist. They charge as if it's almost new. The tax is more than the PC. They have no way to know if it's used. They have no way to check that. Like, how do you tell? Other than it's dirty. So they're kind of stuck, I think, in that way. Because they, it just becomes a conduit. If they don't charge as if it's new, then there's ways to get around it. And if you wanted to get it cheaply, just ship it in and you don't have to worry about it. It's because you're bringing it in as a tourist, it's all going to go through the maximum. John Blair says, hey, Scott, it seemed that the area around La Laguna was cooler than Granada. Oh, for sure. Almost no breezes in Granada, but breezes in La Laguna. Do you agree? For sure. One of the reasons that we moved out of Granada 10 years ago is because no breeze. I don't know why, but whatever's going on in Granada, there's no wind. It's probably La Laguna is actually the reason. If you look from the ridge at Catarina, you can see that La Laguna completely blocks Granada from where the wind is coming from. And so the wind probably goes up La Laguna over and just doesn't drop until after it's out over Cosi Bolsa. And so Granada just doesn't have as much air as you would think. So if you're looking at the actual air temperature in Granada, you're like, this is not that bad. It's definitely cooler than Leon. But when you live there, you're like, I'm really warm. I don't like this. And in Leon, we're like, it's really hot, but there's a breeze. It's okay. Especially out here in Sutiava. Like, it's really comfy most of the time. So we actually find Leon more comfortable than Granada, but certainly you go to La Laguna. Now I was staying in northern Catarina. Staying there, it was. I didn't even have to have a fan at night, right? And I'm a New Yorker, right? So as a New Yorker, I'm sleeping inside the house, not like out on a hammock, on basically a pull-out couch. It was kind of a bed, and sleeping there was completely comfortable with no fan and like a half-opened window kind of above me. And I was sleeping in like a t-shirt and shorts because I was in an open room with other people. So it's kind of like a dorm. And so I didn't want to be like Normally I sleep without a shirt and stuff, as most people do, but I was kind of with a bunch of people, so I was kind of like, okay, I'm just gonna wear a t-shirt and stuff. So I was wearing more than I normally would, and still no fan, totally comfortable, not sweating, didn't have any like, oh, I hope I cool off before I fall asleep kind of thing. Not at all. I just laid down and went, this is comfy, and fell asleep. And actually, I think when I woke up in the morning, I was edging towards too cool rather than too warm. Not that it was dramatic, but certainly comfortable. Once we went outside and sat on the rocking chairs, it was really cool. Like, at times, even chilly. Yeah, but if you look, the elevation up there is much higher and it gets all the wind. So not only is it cooler actual air temperature, there's a lot of air coming through. So La Laguna is really comfy most of the time. Tim says no night vision binoculars. That is true. Night vision. Military gear not allowed. Aries Oakley, just FYI, they took my Nintendo Switch and charged me $280 to get it back. Okay, that's a first. I have never heard of that. We have definitely traveled through with Switches. They never said a thing. I've never heard of them ever doing that before. Wow. Because that's just portable game stuff. Luke says, despite musical instruments being listed as acceptable tourist item, I still had to pay $150 on my Korg synth keyboard. Oh, did you see? Don Martin already came and got him. Ida's keys went, so we're good. Oh, okay, cool. Thanks. Mr. Sammy says, I never had a problem bringing my gaming laptop, no matter how expensive. Could be thousands, no matter. But gaming desktops and consoles, the tax is more than the device. Yes, that has been my own experience. And again, now, yeah, the rule is consoles and desktops are not tourist gear. Gaming laptops are. And so, and you know, gaming laptops only get so expensive. I come in with a MacBook Pro, right? No problem. They never look at it twice. And I brought in, when I came in 2021, I came in with really expensive small form factor computers and laptops and stuff. They're like, yep, that's just portable work stuff. And I came in with one gaming PC that clearly wasn't portable. And they're like, even though it was a fraction of the cost of the other things, they could have taxed me thousands of dollars, but they didn't. They taxed me a few $100s on one item. That fair game. It was a non-portable gaming desktop. And in their defense, I didn't leave the country with it. It was not a tourist item. I did import it. So, fair. Right? Would I have done it again? No. I would have figured something else out. But not a big deal, and I don't feel badly about it. I hate that it took 3 days to deal with it. That was annoying. I wish they streamlined the process. I wish you just went to a website that says, here's what we're going to charge you. Pay here with your credit card. Boom. Pick up at this time. That would be amazing. I'd be so happy with that. Find me all the time. But instead, they make you spend all this time. That's where I think they're missing the boat, because they aren't thinking about, I'm sure, that for a lot of us, we're losing days of work and spending loads of money on not being productive, not getting paid, not getting, stuff to make money somewhere else, paying taxis, spending gas, things that really don't help the economy, all so we can pay a small amount of tax on the item. You could charge more at the aduana. Like, for example, I think I had to pay $300, maybe $400 total. It was a number of items. It wasn't just the gaming thing. I had to pay on a bunch of things. But I spent $1,000 paying that $400. Well, I would have happily paid $600 and had it just instant pay with the card and be done. And then the government would have made 50% more, and I'd have been happier and more likely to do it again and make them more money and so forth. But instead, they made it so painful, I'll make sure I never do it again. And now they don't get that revenue. They get some other revenue, but not nearly as much. And so I think it's a lost opportunity, at least in my case. But I know a lot of people that I think would fall into the same boat. Now, of course, in the one case, you get to say, they charged me $400. And in the other, you're like, they charged me $600. And it sounds so much worse. But the total actual cost, when you're looking at it from with a logical business brain, is far less. Tim says, I brought in a guitar, banjo, and mandolin, and some recording stuff, pedals, no problems at all. Scott says, thank you and noted. Mr. Sammy says, yes, I think for gaming desktops, it might be worth it shipping it into Miami, for example. It's going to cost the same, but at least I don't have to go back and see aduana and waste my time. It's depressing. It is depressing. That is also a problem. But the time lost is really a big deal. So the gaming desktop that I brought in, I think I would have paid under $20. Had I brought it in through an importer, and I paid hundreds bringing it in through aduana. Ben says, agree with Mr. Scott. Pay the $2 per pound to float all the questionable electronics in. Get used to Nicaragua time getting things done. Yep. And you can ship it ahead of time if you want. You can air ship it if you really need it now. Pay a lot more. It's still going to be way easier and way cheaper. Mr. Sammy says, I forgot to mention, my plan B is to keep an eye on Encuentro 24 listings. Sometimes sellers in the country are selling gaming desktops or consoles. Oh, good to know. But it says Encuentro 24. I'm not sure if he means what's that or do they have those things. But Encuentro 24 is kind of a website. It's kind of our Craigslist, sort of. And I don't think it's just Nicaragua. I think it's regional. But it's, people just post whatever, and including houses. But like always, those things are almost completely BS. But used stuff and things for rent and little silly things are very common in... oh, gosh. Larry, I just saw your note about what time the baseball game is. That's terrible. What? Oh, no. That's so awful. Plan B, Encuentro. So Encuentro 24, I don't really use it, but I probably should. Luke says, would any musicians ship a full ATA shock rack via Maritime or bite the bullet for airship? Maritime for sure, I would think. Although it is several weeks, but I use Maritime for almost everything. I shipped my my camera. Is it here? No. But it looks just like this camera, but it's not this one. I shipped in. This is my 3500, my 3400 I brought in. This one I carried over years ago. No, is that right? Yeah. I carried it in my luggage years ago. Every time I go, I try to bring one camera back manually because I'm addicted to cameras. But my D3400, I tried maritime shipping to see how it would work, and it came right in. No problem at all. Very, very happy. Hey, we got 36 people on. That's not too shabby. We're doing all right. It's not the busiest of Thursday nights, but it has been the busiest of weeks. So, like, I'm just happy that we're pulling it off, right? Yeah, I'm going to do a little bit of ASMR typing this evening while we got a little bit less than maximum going on. And someone's popping in. It's Paul bringing me doggies. Oh, doggy delivery. It's dog livery. If you've ever driven to Managua from Leon, there's a big billboard that says dog livery. And they are talking about delivering stuff for your dogs, which is super cool, right? But it's a little bit funny that dog livery would also be a funny English thing for the place where a large number of dogs who pull, carriages and stuff would live when they're not actually pulling carriages. And so the idea of actually having a dog livery, this place where just stalls of working dogs hang out off shift, seems awesome. I want to work in or live in a dog livery. That would be my place. Livery also refers to the places where horses are kept that pull horse-drawn carriages, and in many cases they refer to it as the livery where you keep the cabs. But dogs pulling that would be awesome. And of course, your sled dogs live in a dog livery. Just no one ever says that, but they should. Luke says, a couple pictures just posted on Nikagram. Very nice. Did they post from you or just saying in general there's some new pictures on Nikagram? I'm off to look. I'm going to go take a quick peek and see what's going on Nikagram. I'm actually not on my account. Hopefully I'm following you and actually see what you're talking about. I'm always wary. Like, did you just post something and now we don't see it? Oh, there you are. It looks like those kind of look like corn dogs. What are those? The great desayuno. They're chorizo on a stick, avocado tortilla, pico de gallo, and ensalada. That is a interesting breakfast. That does not look good at all. In fact, maybe if you eat meat. What is that one called? Weird. Oh, and there's another one. 13 minutes ago, it's still pixelated here. Radio Shack of Madagalpa, the purple unicorn of electronic stores. We have a lot of Radio Shacks down here. You know, I don't even notice them anymore. And some Pero Bravo. I do like their stuff. And when is that one from? 15 minutes ago. Yeah, look, Luke is going crazy. Oh, wait, there's an El Arabe in Madagalpa now as well? Is that the same El Arabe as in Messiah? I bet it's a chain. It looks like they're same French fries, which is funny. Like, who gets French fries there? But cool. Oh, here. I got to like these posts, get my credit. Everyone jump on and check out Luke's photos on the gram. On the gram. But no new people have signed up. We'd like to get at least a handful of new people on each platform during the live streams. This is how we grow, everybody. We got to get more people on. And all of you need to get posting pictures. Even if it's just like once a week, find a picture of the week, something interesting, some meal that you had, but eventually get a meal a day or something. Do it with your phone. The high quality iPhone images, they'll upload to Nikagram without a problem. And hopefully, let's see. I have to do this on a live stream. Sorry. So bear with me for just a second. So you go down the same road as if you're going to La Casa de la Marcelita, and it's the first major apartment on the left. It's got the big outside gate. The small key opens the outside gate. It's right across from the little side road. Like, it's the first thing. Like, you can't miss it. And once you open the outside portón, it's immediately the first apartment on the right as you go in, and the big key opens the door. Yeah, people are figuring it out. So, just take a picture with your phone, or if you're like me, I really love photography, right? So it's great because it gives me an excuse to go out and do like street photography or take my cameras to events and get like cool pictures and just, pick 4 pictures or something and post them. And what I try to do is, if I'm doing like my meals or like simple stuff, like I'm out doing things, I try to limit myself to 4 pictures and I post it on Nika Loro. So that's like my follow my life stuff. And on Nikagram, I try to make it like photography. So what? This is very confusing. I'm getting weird messages. Ava, who is heading to Australia, just said Paul is here, but I don't know where she is. But Paul just let the dogs in here, but she's not here. So where are they both? What is going on? I don't know what's happening. Just weird stuff. Anyway, so I try to make one about photography. So I'll go back and find old photographs that I really like, and curate them and just find like 1 or 2 that seem good and post them. So sometimes I'll post like a single photo. Sometimes I'll post series that go together or whatever, and I try to tag them really carefully and like include like the camera information so that like photographers can get into it or people who find it interesting. And the other, it's like, here's what I'm doing today. So one's a lot of food, and here's like a selfie with friends or whatever. Here's me riding the bus, so you can kind of follow along. So like tomorrow, as I'm going to Madagalpa, I don't have to drive, which is super awesome. So I get to sit in a taxi, and I am bringing this bad boy, which is my Insta360 X3, and I'm going to do some recording because I never get to take this bad boy with me. So I'm excited to just be able to take it out and do a little bit. I did take it to Katarina. I do have a 360 of Katarina that should be up soon, whatever that means. But I just don't get to play with it anywhere near as much as I should. So I'm taking it tomorrow up to Madagalpa, hopefully getting 360 stuff from Madagalpa, which will be nice. But the new X5 just dropped like 2 days ago. And should you guys want to raise some money for that, I'd be willing to consider getting an X5 for the show. Just saying. The X4 was a really minor upgrade. It was like the same camera with a better chip, but the X5 is a pretty big leap. So, and GoPro has completely bailed on the industry. They're making decent quality stuff, but they're just not making anything other than their main camera. Every year, we come down to the GoPro release schedule. They announce that they're going to release like 5 cameras. And then they don't. Every year, it's the same thing. Oh, we got 5 cameras coming out this year. And we're like, yes, I'm a GoPro fanatic. I have GoPro everything. Let's do this. And then that was September. And this is not the first year. And all they did was re-release the annual, they had the GoPro 12. Then they did the 13. So they re-released the 13. Or they brought out the annual one that they don't even have to make an announcement for. It comes out like clockwork. And then they have a small one, and they brought that out too. And yes, the small one is slightly different than last year's small one, as in it's a little bit smaller or a little bit bigger. I can't remember. They modify it a little bit every year. But I'm trying to look at their list of cameras. They only have 2 current models. And they've always had 2 current models. So I understand if they said they're going to have 5 cameras and they didn't bring out 5 new ones and they brought out only 3 new ones and kept the 2 old ones. Okay, I'm with you. That is not what they did. They have the Hero numbered black, Hero 11 black, Hero 12 black, Hero 13 black. And then they have one small camera, which comes in different names and changes a bit every year as to exactly what they decide to do that particular year. But that's it. They always have the regular full-size camera and a mini, and that's all they have now. What? There's not a single new thing out on their lineup. Well, cool. So Ava just got to my apartment and is staying there tonight. So she's staying there with her mom because tomorrow is her going away party, which I can't be there for, which makes me sad, but I will be with her at the airport when she leaves. But it's very sad. Ava's been one of my best friends here for... for many years, almost since I first got here, right? Within my first year, she's been one of my best friends, and she has been an employee during some of that time, and always a very close friend. But used to live up in Chinandega and has been living in Leon now more recently, and now is moving to Australia for forever. So it's very emotional and sad because, huge changes in life here in Nicaragua for us, and it's I feel like the number of people who move away. My best friend moved away in the United States a number of years ago because of COVID and everything, and it's like, okay, you kind of expect during COVID like things get shaken up and people go places, but it's so easy to move and do things that you kind of don't think about people moving away sort of forever. But this is really, she's moving to the other side of the planet, to the southern hemisphere, to the other side of the marble, and in such a way that she has no resources to ever return. And so, her sister, her younger sister, who's in the pictures from the trip, is incredibly broken up over the whole situation because, they're super close, and they're basically inseparable. They're together every moment of every day. And now they have a real risk of never seeing each other again. It's unlikely that they will go a lifetime without seeing each other again, but they're facing an indefinite future of no actual direct contact, which is something that as Americans we really don't face, right? Now, I don't have siblings, right? My cousins have moved to other places, and it's like, okay, we don't see them as often, but I can go see them anytime that we want. And like my wife's sister moved to Texas. We're from New York. And, when they were like 19 and 21, her sister moved to Texas. And she went down with her and helped her move. And at no point was it like, and I'll never see you again. It's like, oh, now I'll only see you a few times a year. And then eventually we all end up living next to each other anyway. But there was a time period where they only saw each other a few times a year. But, my wife would go down to Texas to visit, and her sister would come up to New York to visit. And there was, they would see each other for weeks at a time, a few times a year. They actually saw each other probably as much as 15 to 20% as much as if they had not moved apart, right? Which is a lot less, but it's not just a tiny bit. But for Nicaraguans in this kind of situation with Ava moving so far, and none of them having the financial resources to visit the other, it really is when will there ever be an opportunity to see each other again? And while there probably will be, it could be in 10 or 15 or 20 years. And it could be a major thing. And there's real possibilities of it just never coming to fruition. And so this is a really sad thing for them. Now for Ava, she's moving to be with her husband. So she's starting a life adventure and moving off. And they got married years ago and have been waiting for an opportunity for her to move. So it's a really big deal for her. But for her sister, it's just this part of her life is ending. And she's going to be left alone without her sister and best friend and the person that she spends. And she's very shy, so she, all of her life is kind of focused around doing things with her sister. And so she doesn't have this new future to look forward to. She doesn't have all this new stuff happening. And so it's a really big gap in her existence happening for her. So it's rough. So hanging out with them, it's pretty much a kind of constant crying situation going on, and her sister's just can't handle even thinking about how soon, right? Because they're down to 4 days at this point, and that's it. So yeah, pretty traumatic in that kind of way. So that is going on. That is, and Ava is just down the street at my apartment with her mom tonight. Bum, bum, bum. I looked away from the live stream, missing all the messages. All right. I want a Pero Bravo t-shirt. Oh, that would be cool. John Blair says, if you ever lived in or around Madagalpa, you would live in town or find a scenic country home. If you ever, I guess that's to me. It could be to Luke, though. So Luke is doing that now. I am always kind of considering spending a bit of time in Madagalpa. I would love to go back and forth. That is kind of my dream. I love Leon, but I love Madagalpa. I hate being pinned down to one place. I love bouncing around to different places, but I like having my own spot where it's comfortable and so having a home in Madagalpa, having a home in Leon is really kind of perfect for me. That's my ideal. And if I was to live in Madagalpa, I would almost certainly want to live right in the city. It is a city. It's not like Leon, where I'm really happy being a little bit outside the city, because the city doesn't give me that city vibe in any way. Madagalpa has a city vibe and is growing rapidly and becoming more urban. So my desire in Madagalpa would be to be right in the city where I could walk everywhere, be in the middle of the cafes. I want to never have to drive. I would drive, but I want to never have to drive. I want to be able to walk to all kinds of awesome things and have a little studio in my house and zip from place to place and be super happy. I want to hang out in cafes and have people bring me nice pastries and delicious coffee and a lot of different shops, and people watch and take pictures and do street photography and film my show and have a studio and stuff like that. So for me, yeah, city. But Leon, no, I didn't like the city. Luke says, John spending 1 year, actually 14 months in the city before building just north of town. My dad says, I'm calling it a night. Have fun with my granddaughters tomorrow. Good night. Night, Dad. Mr. Sammy says, one of the other things that grinds my gears about the aduana, I think they only do it in Managua. So imagine if you live in Managua, it's not too bad, but not fair if you live on the perimeter like Somoto. What he means, and he's correct. What he means is the aduana services are only in the capital. So for people who live in the capital, let's say you had a house in Bologna, and something happened at aduana, well, it's just a 15-minute taxi drive over to there. It's only going to cost you 300 cord, and you can go deal with aduana. It's nice and simple. You can grab breakfast on the way. You can get up at the last second. If you live out here in Leon, like me, and you have to deal with aduana, like I have, it's a full day. I have to hire a driver for the day. I have to be driven because you don't have time to take the bus. The buses don't run early enough and go to the places you need to go. I have to have a driver pick me up. When I did it, I lived on the beach, so I had to have a driver pick me up on the beach, drive me all the way to Managua, over 2 hours during rush hour, because that's when aduana opens, and get there. And then he had to wait in the gas station across the street all day. And then I had to put in a full day in aduana. I didn't have access to a bathroom just before I got there. I didn't have access to a bathroom just as I left. You have no access to a bathroom in aduana, so you're there all day. But if you're coming from your house, you can eat, use the bathroom, do all that stuff minutes before you get to the aduana, no problem. But if you don't, it's a huge problem. And when you're done, you got a place to go. But if you don't, you got to figure out where you're going to go. Yeah, you can get to a gas station, but you got to be ready to drive somewhere. It's a big pain. And so dealing with the aduana or whatever is a huge hassle for those who live farther away. Now, I only live 2 hours away. I live in Leon. If you live in San Juan del Sur, it's much worse. If you live in Somoto, it's much worse again. If you live in Bilwi, it's so much worse. I don't even know how you would handle it, right? So he's right. It's really not a big deal for certain people, and it's a massive deal for others. And to the point where I'm on the fringe where, and you easily have to go for multiple days. So where I am, I go home at night. But if I lived much farther away, Somoto as an example, or San Juan del Sur, I wouldn't go there, try it, and go home. I would go there and get a hotel and stay near aduana until it's resolved. So no matter what, if you live far away, it is a costly experience. And if you live locally, it generally is no big deal. Luke says, Nika directions. Haha. Mr. Sammy says, imagine even clothes for your kid. They're going to detain all his clothes, make you come back and pay clothes tax. It's crazy. I've never heard of anyone having to pay a clothes tax. That one is new. Luke says, buenas noches, Don Thomas Miller. Mr. Sammy says, sweet selfie sticks have come a long way. Oh, this is not a selfie stick. This is a 360 camera, and this is a 10-foot stick. So this is taller than the house. Carbon fiber. This is how we approximate having a drone. When people say, boy, it looks like you have a drone. How are you doing that? This is how we're doing it. This is how you do it. And trust me, when you do that, it looks like a drone. John says, interesting. Luke, for some reason, my chat information moved up in that. That's weird. Aries Oakley says, Scott, do you not drive in Managua yourself? I do not drive when going to aduana myself because you can't park at aduana. So I have no idea how you would do that. I drive in Managua, no problem. I mean, right now I don't have a license, but I have my tickets to go to the U.S. to get my license. So we're covered. But yeah, I drive. I don't like other people driving Managua because they drive me crazy. I can drive fast through Managua and safely. Most people just scare the crap out of me because they are not paying attention and don't know what they're doing. So yeah, I prefer to drive Managua when I can, but parking is a huge pain, so I'm happy to not have to do it if there's parking involved. Deliana Roca says, I live in Madagalpa and I love it. For me, as a Nicaraguan citizen, it's a headache to go to Managua. No, definitely. You're almost twice as far away as we are. Well, 80% farther. There's a nice improvised drone. Thank you. It works pretty well. And wait for this. The thing that I'm really ready is, so this is the X3. I'm going to eventually get the X5, which has better images. Everything's really improved, including how hard the lenses are. But this one, with that 10-foot carbon fiber pole, I'm going to stick that out of the sunroof of the new car that you guys have not seen yet. And I'm going to be able to get the most amazing drone-like footage because it's going to be straight over the center of the vehicle and stable, and it's just going to be amazing. Mr. Sammy says that's actually a good idea, that telescoping stick. I have an idea. You can do something similar with a local really long mango puller stick. Yep, thanks for the idea for droning filming at home. It works really, really well. It takes a little bit of getting used to like how to edit to give you kind of a drone-like feeling, but it does a bunch of really neat things. One is that it uses AI to take the stick, because this is the official stick, right? So it's not made by Insta360, but it says Insta360 on it. It's made by Suri, who makes my nice white lenses that I use for filming sometimes. Do I have one? Do I have one here? Nope, got rid of them all. Sorry. So it's made by Suri, who makes really nice stuff, and they're one of the Chinese vendors that I order directly from. I have an account with them, as opposed to ordering through like Amazon or something. So it's high quality, but the camera knows exactly what the stick is going to look like, and so it can see the stick when you're filming, because it's a 360 cam. It can see the stick about this far off the camera. It can't see it here because the camera's in the way, but out here it sees the stick, but it knows where the stick is, so it uses AI and it trims it out of the image. So if you watch an image and look down at me, if you look on the 360s, you'll see my hand like this. You can actually see through my hand because it takes the stick out and approximates what it'll look like without it. So it looks really weird. So at times, if I hold it right, sometimes I'll hold it like this out a car window, and you can kind of tell that I'm sitting awkwardly, but you can't quite tell where the stick is. And so it looks like the image is just floating. It really does an amazing job. Insta360 is the best for the last several years. Now, GoPro keeps hinting that they're going to give them a run for their money, but they don't seem to be doing that, right? So for now, Insta360 has been the market leader in tech and quality since the X2. This is the X3, the X4 followed along, and now the X5 seems to be crushing the last several. I also have an Insta360. The little mini cam that I use for like secret recording is also from them. They make the gear that you don't use as your main camera, but that you love for everything else. That's them. GoPro, more of the main camera guys. Insta360 does have a competitor for that. If you wanted to get everything from Insta360, you could. It does not give you the GoPro Cloud. That's worth just about anything. So, highly recommended. Now, these are not cheap, so if you want to do this, about $750. So it's the same price as a drone. But if you can't have a drone, this does some amazing stuff. You can also, with this, you don't need another main camera. You can turn this into a 4K action cam with just a click of the button, which is quite nice, obviously. So it's very flexible. It has the new one, the X5, is supposed to have really good audio. That's one of their. They went for much harder lenses, and interchangeable. These are not. And a few, all the usual upgrades, longer battery life, blah, blah, blah. But the super hard lens, higher resolution, which does matter when you're doing 360s, and the greatly improved audio, really big deal. So I'm definitely considering maybe having to get an X5. We will see. Depends how this year goes, and if I break that one. If I break that one, I'm just getting an X5. Or if it just wears out. If I just use it till it wears out, that would be a good way to go. I should get out and record something in 360 every day until the thing just dies. And then I have to get an X5, and then it's not my fault. Mr. Sammy says, neat. And what about filming while riding my Yamaha DT125? Let me make sure I know what that is. I mean, I'm totally down on all the latest, motorcycles. So I'm just kidding about having to look it up. So yeah, so if you're riding something like that, this is actually ideal. And so living abroad with Eric, that's exactly what he does. He played with mine and was like, this is amazing. And so he got one, and they are the cameras for motorcycle riders, because you can stick mount them right at the front of your motorcycle, and it will film you and everything you're seeing in every direction with just one camera. Now, some people will mount them on a post way out in front, so you get like very far away views of you on the motorcycle. It's like a car in front of you, but that, you know, if you in any way bump anything, it's going to destroy your camera. And it's super obvious that you have a camera way out there. It makes you a target to some degree, but you can do amazing things by sticking it way out in front. So if you look at people mounting, and what you would do is go for an older one like the X2, X3, which is still amazing quality, and have them on not that stick, but they make sticks specifically for this. They're like really heavy mounts with big bolt-ons, so they're taking a lot of weight. Hold on, they're trying to get on my Wi-Fi. But yeah, you mount it on there, and it'll get you great images of yourself. It'll get you great images of where you're going, and you can do multiple things. You can record on 360 mode and just get everything, and then edit down to whatever you want. And you can, you know, do like a video of you, but then have a little tiny video of where you're going, or flip it around and have, here's a big shot of where you're going, and here's just a little picture of you in the corner. Or you can do a side by side. Like, you can just do all kinds of things because it's getting everything. And so that's where a 360 camera for normal people becomes really useful, is that you film once and then edit whatever you want out of it. Whereas if you're taking a GoPro, which I don't have one sitting here, but it's just normal. Like, it looks forward. Sure, it's wide, but it's just looking forward. So you need to point it at what you want. But with a 360 camera, you can record everything. And then if, you know, something wild happens off to the side, or something happens behind you, or something happens up in the sky, or something happens on the ground, you can change what you're looking at in post. And that's really cool. And so if something comes by, you can make it like the camera's moving. You can pan, you can tilt, you can zoom out, right? And once you realize the power of that, and that's a lot more work, but it's just amazing. And then you can also do things like I have the Nicaragua 360 channel, where everything's actually displayed in 360. So that you don't edit. You just edit the default head direction. But people who are on a phone can just move the phone to look all over the place. People who are on a computer can just take a mouse and move it around. People who have a 3D headset on can actually look all over the place with their head tracking. It's amazing. So then you record on your Yamaha, and it's as if someone is mounted on your handlebars, and they can turn and look any which way they want. Super cool. So I really like them. It's not for everyone. They are expensive, and they are a lot of work to use. You have to have specialty hardware for it and all kinds of things. So that does make it... Mr. Sammy says, Insta360 1X2. Yes, it is the 1X2. They dropped the 1, I think, from the name. They do that. They don't keep the name really stable, but it does increment up. Maybe it was called the 1X the first time, then the 1X2, and then they're like, this is dumb. Then mine's the X3, then there's the X4, and now there's the X5. Eric says, did you see any monkeys in the Apoyo Lagoon area? I did, actually. We were sitting in the yard, and a couple howler monkeys just ran through the yard. Not ran, through the trees in the yard. It was really cute and adorable. They can't come into the yard, of course, because it's protected by the chicken. By Lucifer, the chicken of doom. It is kind of the chicken of doom. Like, that's legit. My Flickr uploads have been going crazy all day. I don't know what's going on with that. It's still trying to upload. What is it uploading? Oh, now it's moving forward. Okay. Wish listing, there you go. Yep. I've been tempted, just because I like these things, to like open an X3 store, an Insta360 and a GoPro store in Nicaragua. It would never make money. It's stupid. I should just order what I want from the States and be done with it. Or directly from China, even better. But I do want access to that stuff. It would be very nice to have, to be able to just walk into a store and be like, ooh, I need this today. But realistically, it doesn't work out that way. No, it was having problems all day uploading a picture of what appears to be shrimp. All of that work, and it was just, we needed to upload some shrimp? Like, come on. I'm trying to get my phone cleared off so that I am ready for this trip, because I have so many images on my phone. It's so absurd. So I go through and try to get them all cleared off so that I don't have to worry about like losing my phone or anything. Everything gets uploaded to Flickr. If you haven't subscribed to my Flickr, that is where everything is. Good place to be. And perfect. Looks like my pictures are there. By the way, Diagon Alley opens at 8 a.m. Brooklyn Cafe at 7:30 a.m. Selección Nicaraguense Prago de Rio at 7 a.m. Good to know. Janet says, so I'm really here now. I can't remember what day it is, number one. Then I was gone until I had classes. So hi. How you doing, Janet? All right. So now I've got to upload the next batch of pictures. You guys can hang out with me while I select these. This will just take a minute. They take forever to upload. I love Flickr, but their upload times are slow. I know that they're processing a million things when I do this, and that's one of the reasons why, but still, it is a pain. Okay, perfect. So now I can Nope, I think those were already there. That's why I'm checking. There are those. Oh, these aren't there. Good thing I'm looking. These are there. Oh. Okay. Janice says, so far so good. Tiffany says, Diagon Alley, is that a themed bar? Reminds me of Harry Potter because of the name. It's definitely a Harry Potter bar, obviously. It's a Harry Potter coffee shop. And really famous. They've done an amazing job to the point where like everyone in the country knows Diagon Alley, which is weird. I remember when it first was opening and I'd walk past and I was like, this is such a goofy thing. Like it's just a couple pictures from Harry Potter. But there's so little like that in the country that even putting in the tiniest bit of effort, you end up with people really being excited because there's nothing else. Coming from the U.S., you're like, what is this? But if you're coming from Nicaragua, it's like, oh, this is a big deal. So, yeah, I mean, it's pretty neat. And they do a good job, and everyone raves about the quality of their coffee, their food, everything. So, yeah, seems like a thing. Mr. Sammy says, hello, Janet. I have a prima named Janet. Luke says, signing off. See y'all sometime tomorrow. And I have that 3-bay battery charger in the Camelback. Audio, y'all. Thanks, Luke. We'll talk to you later. Mr. Samuel says, Scott, do you have a PC gaming rig there yet? Yes, I brought it in on my original trip. That's the thing that caused me to go to Aduana all that time. I use Sony Vegas Pro. Do you use Final Cut or Adobe or DaVinci? So I use Final Cut. So I moved to Final Cut when DaVinci didn't have native Apple Silicon support, and now I'm so versed in the Final Cut stuff that it makes no sense for me to move. I really like Final Cut. If I wasn't using Final Cut, I would just use DaVinci. Adobe, I think, is garbage. But Final Cut, especially now with Final Cut 11, really, really good. And I'm on all Apple Silicon. I've got this desktop that I'm working on is Apple Silicon. My laptop is Apple Silicon. So I've got the ability to do compression across them. I can move things very easily. It's been really good. I'm really impressed with Final Cut, even though I'm not a Mac guy. But if I was not on Mac, I would definitely be DaVinci on Ubuntu. But the Mac hardware is just doing it here. You kind of got to have it. So. I've never tried to use Sony Vegas Pro. How much does that cost? Oh, it's only on Windows? Yeah, it wouldn't work for me. It's the one thing I don't have. I have everything else, but I don't have Windows. But I won't do that. Oh, it's cheap, though. I heard DaVinci Basic is free for PC and Linux, and that is pretty good. DaVinci is free for everything. Even on Mac, it's free. It's only when you need the extra stuff. That's why, really, DaVinci is the only game in town for newbies. If you're just getting into it now, I can't come up with a reason to use anything but DaVinci. Now, Final Cut is easier to use. For sure, DaVinci is, like, there's more learning curve, but it's unbelievably powerful. It's the only one that's fully commercial. Like, you make Hollywood films. I mean, I know Final Cut is used for Hollywood films, but very little, whereas DaVinci is a primary Hollywood thing. Now, one of the things that's nice is DaVinci and Final Cut share everything, so you can do lossless transforms between them, so you can work on Final Cut and do all your editing. This is actually a workflow. Is use Final Cut for all your editing and then use DaVinci for color correction, because DaVinci has a much more advanced color management system than anyone. They're the best. And Final Cut's the easiest to edit on, generally considered. And so you'll find shops that will use both. And if you have, a Mac laptop like me, it's easy. Run native, both Final Cut and DaVinci. And Final Cut's like $300 for life. Like, I've never had to pay again. So not a big expense. And I get updates all the time. And DaVinci's free. And so I can use both and go back and forth and work on the same file. I can't do it at the same time, but I just turn one off, use the other. I can use both. And so there's a lot of post-production shops that actually do that, because as long as you're using ProRes as your intermediate format, you can switch back and forth anytime you want. And you don't have to export anything. You don't have to have any loss. Just work in lossless formats in between. Now, I don't do color stuff like that. Plus, I have Color Grade Pro or whatever it is for Final Cut. So I have upgraded color editing stuff if I need it. But I also have a massive library of effects and stuff. You guys have noted, like, I don't use a ton of things, but sometimes I'll do different things on the screen. I'll do different effects. I'll do different transitions. That's all Motions VFX stuff that I bought. So I have a like $5,000 collection of all that stuff. And really sadly, they stopped making that stuff. So I'm really depressed about that, because I really enjoy getting new things and trying it out. And it's just gone for all intents and purposes. They just kind of gave up on the. I can't even figure out what their game plan is. But so I obviously don't use them anymore. So I just have the existing ones. And once in a while they do patch them, which is awfully nice. But it's all very strange to me. So I'm not really getting new things, but my collection is so complete that I really don't need anything new. Every once in a while, it's like, oh, I wish they would update the one that I have, but the stuff is so good. So that's one of the reasons that I never consider switching, is because if I was to do that, I would be stuck with this unbelievable library that I can't transform, and then my DaVinci would not have any of the things that I need. And that's, if it wasn't for those things, I wouldn't even use Final Cut. I would use Shotcut, which is also free and runs native on Linux and on Apple hardware natively in Apple Silicon. But it's completely free and open source, and I can run it on anything. And I have had problems with Final Cut and switched to Shotcut, and it fixed them. So I really do appreciate it for a lot of reasons. But it's literally just the effects that are available, the effects libraries that are available for Final Cut is the only reason that I do anything like that. Otherwise, I really do think Shotcut is superior in at least most ways. So I'm actually doing a little bit of video editing on Final Cut in the background while I'm talking, because I'm way behind on stuff, and there's some things I can do without listening to it. So I'm like, oh, I can be productive right now. Now I have to pick up the right font for this episode. Ooh, that one's... Oh, I kind of like that one. That one's good. Oh. There's a bunch of nice ones in this. No, this is perfect. All right. Now to pick the color. What do we think? Ooh. There we go. Very nice. Are you guys talking? Let's go find out. Oh, is my team talking to me? No. Seems not to be. That's probably best. Which city is Diagon Alley in? It's in Madagalpa. I will be there tomorrow. Mr. Sammy says, I prefer Sony Vegas Pro only because I'm nostalgic and old school. Been using it since Windows Vista. I rarely hear anybody using it. Yeah, I remember the name, but I haven't heard of anybody using it in forever. But it does seem to have new releases for when it says Windows 10. How long ago was Windows 10 replaced? Like, come on. My gosh, who even remembers Windows 10? When was Windows 10 released? Right, Windows 10 was released in 2021 before I moved to Nicaragua. Bum bum bum. Like, I can't believe, working in IT, I can't believe how many people are like, Windows 10 is current, and it's like that was replaced half a decade ago. Steve says, multitasking. I'm always multitasking. I have so many things going on. I'm also trying to install something on a server on this other side. We've had so many server outages and crazy stuff this week. By the way, no one has signed up for Nika Graham yet tonight. Come on, people. Nika Graham, someone has to want to sign up. Someone has to want to share some pictures. NikaGraham.com. Put it in, make an account, get approved, get on there and share stuff with the community. No one has signed up on Nika Loro either. I'm not going to be happy if we have a zero growth night. New blood. That's what we need. I am attempting to... Tiffany says, Scott, what other items would say ship for a longer visit rather than carry on the plane? Everyone has different things. So for me, I don't need to ship anything because everything I do is perfect to carry on. But lots of people have like, well, I have this special kitchen appliance I like to have. I like this game console. Everybody has something completely different. Very, very rarely is it overlapping. Just look at any item that you're bringing and say, I'm going for a week in London. Would I find this strange to have brought with me? Would I have a hard time explaining why I have it for my week in London? If it's a tube of toothpaste, you're going to say, nope, that makes total sense. If it's an extra pair of shorts, you're going to say, no, that makes total sense. If it's a laptop, you're going to say, nope, that makes total sense. But if it's a game console, you're going to go, oh, no, obviously there's a chance they're going to flag me for this, right? So it's generally pretty obvious when you are running into the problems, when you, one, don't try to make excuses, right? Every time someone gets caught, right, they come to me and they're like, and they try to come up with some bizarre story about how they could be a tourist wanting to have this item. And it's always the dumbest thing, right? Like, obviously, we both know that's not a real thing. And you know you're importing this. And you know it's not a tourist item. You never brought the right, like, but people lie to themselves. No, I would take this. No, you wouldn't. You didn't. You never would. But just looking at things through that eye, I've never had a situation where someone was flagged that rule wouldn't have warned them that it would happen, right? And people will be like, oh no, but like I have friends who would carry 3 cell phones. I have friends who would take 2 laptops. No, you don't. They're smugglers, right? Like they're not going on vacation with 2 laptops, 3 cell phones, and an in-house water filtration system. Like that's not a thing. Now, if you're bringing a water bottle that has a water filtration system in it, yes, that's a tourist thing. You should be okay. Are you bringing parts for your house water filtration system? You are not acting like a tourist. Right. It really is very obvious and the thing that amazes me is whenever people are like, no, I think I would use this or whatever, it's always, who are you trying to lie to? You're lying to me, you're lying to yourself. Like the only people you could possibly trick is Adwana, and Adwana is not going to fall for this. So don't try to convince me you were going to use water filters for something as a tourist, right? Like just suck it up and pay your Adwana. Mr. Sammy says, oh, I got a topic for homeowners. You know that the water shuts down all the time, especially in the summer. I'm thinking we should all buy a water tower, install a big blue or big black plastic tank for water. Well, luckily, I've never had the water shut off here in Sutiava. When I lived in Laborio, it would shut off, but never for more than a couple hours. But San Juan del Sur's been off for 10 days right now. So, yeah, something's going on there. Luckily, here... it's yeah, Tiffany, it's really not common sense. It's just common honesty, right? Like every time someone's done it, it's always like they know that like their demeanor changes. They go into lie mode, right? It's like, no, I would totally do this. No, you wouldn't. You're not gonna, you brought a hot water tank, like powered by gas, and what? The things are so ridiculous. Yeah, 10 days without water in San Juan del Sur is what we're being told. Mark is down there and said that today. Oh, my little dog is trapped. My big dog laid on his legs and he's like giving up life. He's like, okay, I'm just sleeping here now. Poor little boy. My little Boston. Yeah, Mr. Sammy, I mean, water towers with big... So everyone used to do water towers. They fell out of favor. I honestly don't know why. They're really effective water towers here. You still see them all over. I got one out back, right? Like I have a water tower here, and it works, but we don't have it turned on. We bypass it and use a pressure tank that doesn't work very well. I have no idea why. The water tower is way better because you get consistent pressure. Our water pressure tank, yeah, it's simple and it's on the ground. It requires less maintenance, I guess. But it's like huge water pressure and then it dies down. And then the pump turns on. Like huge water pressure and then it dies down. Like, I hate this. Just give me a tower. I mean, let me use the tower. Like, I have a tower. Tiffany says, hubby said we should have to make a friend with a private jet so he can bring his toys. We'll just be aware a private jet won't help because you still have to go through the same Adwana. They won't know you came off a private jet or not, unless you're talking about them fitting on the plane. Mr. Sammy says, at my corner, it's all shut down after breakfast till late afternoon. I can't get anything done during the day. Oh, that really sucks. Sammy, where are you? There's areas that definitely have some water problems. Normally it's because they're diverting so they can irrigate the fields. Yeah, when I sing about being out in Sutiava, we don't have those problems. We have other problems. Don't get me wrong. We don't have that one. No one has signed up for Nicagram or Nicaloro. Really, people? Really? I'm getting notifications. We got stuff going on Nicaloro. Somebody just did something. Oh, someone just favorited my post about the wettest countries in the world. We'll see how many of you are subscribed to Nicaloro. So who can tell us what is the wettest country in the world? According to my Nicaloro post. I don't know how accurate it is, but someone on my team, Rionik, is here. Hi, Scott, he says. Hello. Rotunda, 14th kilometer, Pizza Hut. Oh, Tiquan Tepe. Yeah. Wow, Tiquan Tepe has the water off that much? Rionik says, love you. Oh, thank you so much. Go check out your channel. Awesome. All right. Living abroad with Eric is here. What are you doing in Madagalpa, brochacho? I am celebrating my youngest daughter's birthday. She'll be 14 in 2.5 hours. And my daughter, who makes the thumbnails for this show, it is her birthday. I should have had her made a birthday thumbnail. What am I thinking? And she always requests that we go on trips for her birthday. And so this week, hold on just a second. I want to check on something with my dog. Just want to make sure she's doing okay. Oh, it's a dog foot. That's what's going on. Sorry, it was an optical illusion. I thought something was wrong with my dog. I thought she had some kind of like injury or growth, but it's the other dog is just laying there, and it's just his foot is up against her back. So it's Luciana's birthday, and for her birthday, she always likes to go on trips. Normally, she wants to go to Managua. She loves Managua, but we kind of steered her towards another trip to Madagalpa because it's been a little while, and she's like, yeah, I want to do Madagalpa because we didn't go since 2021, like September 2021. We went up there, and she was up there in 2015. So it's been quite a while since she's been up there, and honestly, I haven't been up there super recently. So she's really looking forward to that. And all the coffee shops and stuff that she loves have all popped up since the last time she was there. None of that was there the last time she was there. And so she's really looking forward to that. I did the Madagalpa and Hinotega episodes with Camille in 2023, early 2023, so a full 2 years ago. So this is a nice opportunity to go up and spend some time, film some stuff, because the Madagalpa episodes are always very popular. Everyone wants to see more of it. It's my favorite city. Like, I just love it up there. And so it should be really good. And both of my daughters are very excited. They're not looking forward to the time in the car, but they're really looking forward to the restaurant experiences and the cafe experiences and all that. So should be a really good time. And hopefully my back is feeling a bit better. Everything seems to be working. So that is it. We're just spending 3 days up there. Like 3 full days, like traveling up tomorrow, all day Saturday, Sunday, and then Monday, my wife and the kids are returning here to Leon, and I'm going to Managua to get Ava on her flight and make sure she actually leaves the country and heads off in the right place. Eric, you, I don't think have signed up for Nicagram yet, so I need you at least to sign up and get on there and post pictures. You should be sharing your adventures in photos on Nicagram. That would be a cool thing. Eric says her thumbnails are amazing. Tiffany says, seriously. Thank you, guys. I will let her know. She really appreciates when she gets feedback. Being 13 and making she's been making the thumbnails since she was 12 for the show. And she loves doing art, and it's a big thing for her to do it for the show, and she knows lots of people see it and really like it. Mr. Sammy says, how about hard liquors? Anyone like me? I keep a stash of all the local rums, Flor de Caña, Ron Plata, and some of the gallon jugs from Oriental. It's a beautiful thing, good with any juice. I like a lot of the hard liquor, but most nights I just drink tequila straight. Eric says, "What's Nikagram?" Nikagram, Eric, is our Nicaragua node on the Pixel Fed network, which is part of the Fediverse, and we'll just pop it on right here. But it's nikagram.com. So it is federated. So being part of the Fediverse is simply our exit point on it. So by being a member on here, you get to participate across the Fediverse. So there's Nicaragua has one, Spain has one, Italy has one, Costa Rica has one, right? The U.S. has big ones. Like they have like the main one, but they all talk to each other. But it's independent. So if you're on Nikagram, all of your photos, right? This is a photo sharing thing, like Instagram was supposed to be originally. Are on the Nicaragua server, and it's really easy for us to coordinate between people. But if you find someone you like in Costa Rica, which I do, I follow them from my Nicaragua server, and I get their stuff. So a big difference with Instagram. Instagram has ads. This does not. Instagram has here's the things we think you want to see. This does not. Instagram has videos. This does not. This is photo sharing that you discreetly subscribe to, or you can search on, right? So it's a completely different experience. I have an app that I put on my phone, right? So I will go quickly open this. This is the Pixel Fed app, is the official app for Nikagram. So I'm just going to open up. It's kind of down here. See if hopefully it focuses. Yeah, it did. And then I'm just going to open that, and it'll bring up. It takes a second to load. There is Luke, just happens to be who Luke just left, but Luke's pictures of his food are up there because I'm subscribed to him on there. And, you just scroll, and much like the Nikagram experience, but you have more control over it. It's a much smaller audience, and it's all open and federated and really, really cool. So it's a neat way, I think, for those of us in like the relocation and expat communities to have like our own thing. It's a lot like Instagram, and of course you still have to have Instagram. Like you don't get away from that, but like I said earlier, I like Nika Loro and Nikagram. I like looking at them just before I go to bed and connect with like my peeps from the community. It's the best way for us to like share some stuff. Yeah, so Sammy, so Pixel Fed is the platform that Nikagram is built on. Pixel Fed is a photo sharing technology platform. And so you don't know, so Pixel Fed is the app to connect to Nikagram from your phone. But if you're on a computer, just go to nikagram.com, and the web experience is really good. Moto says, my girlfriend is from Madagalpa. We met here in North Carolina, but are discussing moving to Nicaragua in a few years after marriage. Awesome. Congratulations. Madagalpa is the place to go back to. I think I'm caught up on all the messages. I don't think I've missed any. So Eric, that's Nikagram. It's like Instagram. And we have the first person come up. Watch all the videos. I'm considering exploring Nicaragua when I retire next year. Amazing. All right. It's not Eric, but we do have a new person in on the gram. And so to keep down spam, for those who are wondering, we manually approve everybody who's on the Nika servers. So we actually turned one down today. We actually did get a spam one earlier. Oh, Mr. Sammy's doing it right now. Awesome. And we turned it down. We had a few spam accounts earlier, and it's got some spam like handling stuff. So it automatically detects spam. It's obviously not perfect, but it does catch a bunch of stuff. And there's ways to report if someone's like posting something inappropriate. This is a family-friendly thing. Don't post any nudity, please. It's not illegal, but we don't want it on there. But like that kind of stuff, it's easy to report. It's got automatic spam detection. We've been pretty happy with it. We've been using it for a few years. We're on 2 years with this here in Nicaragua, and having Nicaragua's own like internal platform that no one can take away. That's pretty cool. So we like it. And then Nika Loro, I find slightly less interesting, but slightly more polished, is much like Twitter, and is the status system. So one is meant for photos, the other is meant for status. So on one, just like on Instagram, you got to post a picture of something or a lot of pictures of stuff. You can post 12 pictures per post, make them look good, tag them well, photography, name your camera, whatever. It's all about visuals. Nika Loro is like Twitter. It's all about that information, right? State the thing you want to say, get the quote out, let us know where you are, tell us what you want to know, whatever. And you can attach pictures to it, but you don't have to. With Nika Graham, it's all about photos. You have to have photos or you can't post. With Nika Loro, you got to have something to say or you can't post. So they're two similar systems, but just like Twitter and Instagram have crossover, they're also two very different platforms that you use at different times for different things. But if you're on Nika Loro, you can subscribe to people on Nika Graham. And if you're on Nika Graham, you can subscribe to people on Nika Loro. So there is some crossover. But like I say every time I give this spiel, if you're on Nika Graham and someone posts on Nika Loro without an image, you won't get it. But if they post with an image, they'll present it as a photo with a caption. So it's a different presentation. If you're on Nika Loro and someone posts on Nika Graham, you will get only the first 4 images, even if they post all 12. Oh, my dog is sleeping and having dreaming sounds. That's what you're hearing. You will get only the first 4 pictures, and it'll be presented in a different format. Nika Graham presents everything as a vertical image, even if it's wide. And Nika Loro presents everything as a wide image, even if it's vertical. So they're two very different identical platforms in a weird way. And each has its own app for your phone. And there's lots of third-party apps that you can use as well. But the official ones work really well. So there's not much reason to venture out and try anything else. Definitely start with the official ones. And then if you want to go try Tusk, Tusker, Ivory, I can't remember all the different ones. There's several out there. And a lot of them work, and some people really like some of them, and some they're all just more of the same. So I have not found any that I like better than the official ones. So and in theory, you can get a single app that'll connect to both. But, and there is Eric. He is in. All right, Eric, you've been approved on Nika Graham. Woo! And, of course, everyone wants to follow me. Let me go make sure I have my... So I am at Scott Allen Miller. Where did my... That is me on the gram, and am I the same on Loro? I actually, that was Nika Loro, and on both I'm at Scott Allen Miller. I always want to double check because in my mind I'm like maybe I'm not. See if I can. Are. All right, we have 3 new Nika Grammars tonight. Tiffany is in. Approved. Who am I missing? All right. I believe I followed everyone who just got on. that I missed? It's funny, originally everyone was interested in Nika. That was the one that got all the traction, like in the first year, and even the first time we talked about it on here. And Mr. Sammy is on. All right. And approved. Cool. And now it's Nika that gets all the attention. I'm not sure what causes the shift. As some people are interested, and it's, to me, it seems like everyone would want both, right? It is true that Nika has been really mature since the beginning, and Nika was not. And now Nika is like on par for maturity with Nika but because it's photo centric, it seems like it has more utility, I guess. I don't really know. I don't know quite how to think of it. But yeah, if you look at my Nika I've only got, see if I can find where these numbers are. If I click on my account, there we go. I have 53 followers on Loro, but on Graham I have 74. So that's quite a few more, and I use the same patterns on both. So Nika is definitely getting more traction than Nika now by noticeable amounts. Mr. Sammy says, email confirmed. Our admin team will review your application. Awesome. Well, welcome everyone to the gram. Let's make sure you're getting photos up now, right? Like, get into the habit, get profile pictures up, get photos posted, get into like the habit of doing it. I'm following all of you, so if you're posting stuff, I will see it. Now, Nika I do get a lot of photos because I follow a lot of photographers in different countries because I love urban photography and stuff, and like I found a photographer who must live right by my dad. He posts all these pictures from Letro State Park, really close to where I grew up, and around Ithaca. It's like all my childhood places. I'm like, this is awesome. And sometimes he'll post a picture of a waterfall, and I'll be like, here's a picture of that waterfall 30 years ago, taken from the exact same spot. And I'll identify stuff in his pictures. I'll be like, hey, that's the rocket, blah, blah, blah. And he'll be like, what? Cool. So it's fun. We have a good time following. And I don't know. Something about these platforms makes me so much happier than trying to use like first of all, I'm never on Twitter. Like, I don't do it. That place is toxic. But here I find it like all very fun. So I really appreciate when more people get on and when they get posting. But I really like using both. I really like posting my photos to Nikagram, and then I keep everything that I'm doing up to date. I try on Nika I'll be like, hey, I'm taking a taxi to here. Like, hopefully while I'm driving to Madagalpa, I'll be able to post at least once or twice just a little status of like, here's where I am, here's where I'm eating, here's my food, right? That kind of stuff. I think Nika just works great for that. One of the big reasons that Nika we pushed much harder for a long time is it always just worked. And Nika for a long time, its storage was all local, meaning like the server had to hold all the images, whereas Nika was always able to use cloud storage, so it was really scalable and able to do things. We always had this like concern that Nika was not going to be able to catch up, but Nika was able to get that fixed, and it moved. I was actually really impressed with their latest update. It took all the stuff that had ever been posted and one by one moved it to cloud so that the whole server cleaned up, and like it really impressed by the work they've been doing over there to make it a modern platform. So it's been a really good experience with both, really. Mr. Sammy says, one more time. So Nikagram. I use it to post the pictures I took in Nicaragua. Okay, so what's Nika Loro for? So Nika Loro is for... Oh, wait, hold on. Tiffany says, I keep trying to download the Nikagram, the app. It keeps bringing up meditation apps. The app is PixelFed. If you need a link, tell me if it's iPhone or Android. I'll try to find a link to it in the store. So Nika Loro is for posting where you don't have pictures, or you can, but it doesn't need them. So Nikagram is about the photo. Nika Loro is about the information. So things on Nika Loro is like, tell us where you are. Tell us what you're doing today. Tell us your thoughts about things. I like to post like when I'm doing food, like I'm at a restaurant, here's what I'm getting to eat. It's not really a work of art, right? It's not like, here's my awesome photo of this thing in Nicaragua. No, it is, I'm eating, here's what I thought of this restaurant. Like, I'm not really going to put a restaurant review on Nikagram. You could, but it would be photos and then somewhere, oh, there's a review. Whereas Nika Loro would be like, here's my review, and here's some pictures that go along with the article, right? So it's really about how you plan on using them. And obviously for a lot of people, it's like, I just want one thing. If you're never going to post photos, Nika Loro is the way to be. If you're always going to post photos, Nikagram is the way to be. And then for me, both, and for a number of people, probably 2/3 of people, they just do both because it's just two separate things, and it gives them both interactions. And there's some people that only like using one style or the other. So just think of it as Twitter and Instagram. Yeah, similar, but different. iPhone, thanks a bunch. Okay, let me see if I can track down that. Ah, there it is, PixelFed on the App Store. There it is. Of course, it opens it up to install on my desktop. It is from Daniel Supernaw. Oh, it's designed for iPad. Fancy. Hold on. My staff has phone problems. Okay. Keeping people... Okay, okie dokie. For now, Nikagram seems more easy for me. Just go through my hard drive and upload a picture every now and then. I have a ton. Yep, that's kind of what I do. I mean, obviously new ones I post, right? But I have years of old pictures, and it's not all Nicaragua, right? It's just the... So we're all in Nicaragua, right? Or we're all interested in Nicaragua. So... it doesn't have to be pictures of Nicaragua. When it is a picture of Nicaragua, make sure to tag it as from Nicaragua, right? Give us one of those, right? So that people searching, because they're not. It's like Instagram, right? Instagram isn't just pictures of any one thing; it's pictures of anything. So Nikagram can be pictures of anything. It's just this is the Nicaraguan community photo platform, right? See if we get anybody new. No. Just double checking on everybody. Nobody on Nika Loro. No Nika Loro love tonight, but lots of Nikagram love. All right. I am... oh. My gosh, so many messages. Oh. Okay. Oh, I know what I was working on. I am working in the background. I'm actually building a new cloud server while we're doing this. My team is so busy. There's no free time ever. With me gone for much of the week, oh, it's just been awful. We had a major server meltdown, and so I had to help a lot with that, and that cost so much time. Oh, it was a rough week last week. In the end, I think things are pretty good. Like, I think we fixed a lot of issues, lightened the load on the team long run, hired new people, retired some old systems. Like, it's been good, really, in the long run. It's just, at the end of the day, it's exhausting. You know, as there's a limited amount of energy to put into these things, and sometimes you need to. So it's good, and we'll just get slightly better and blah, blah, blah. But also sometimes we need breaks. After I upload a pic, I assume it has a description box where I can say where it's at and add a tag Nicaragua, right? Yes. Yeah, so it makes you start by uploading a picture. This is where it's different. With Nika Laurel, you're writing all this stuff, and it's like, would you like to attach a picture? And here it's like, if you don't upload a picture, there's nothing to talk about. So you upload a picture, and then you can... So first of all, you can go in and put a description into each individual photo. So if you have a post that has 12 photos, and it's like, here's a dog, here's a cat, you can say, here's my dog spot, here's my cat, whiskers and whatever, and have each individual photo have its own caption plus a master caption that's like, my day at the vet or whatever. And then you can put in tags in the main description, and then those tags, if you can go to the Nicaragua tag and see what everybody has been posting about Nicaragua. It doesn't have to be just the people you follow. So that can be a way to discover other people as well, but you need someone you follow to follow them. Like, there's like this chain of discovery kind of thing. So I've tried to work on that a little bit. Let's see. See what the Nicaragua tag gives us. So as you guys start posting, there'll be more of this. Let me give you guys... So this is a direct link just to the Nicaragua tag. And so anyone can go to that, right? Like, you don't have to be a member to go see a bunch of these tags. Oh, this is actually... When I said I slept with no fan, this is actually the bed that I slept on, or the pull-out couch thingy that I slept on, is that second link. Happens to be the girls laying on it when I took the picture. And Josie Mar's house looks like a photo out of a magazine. I swear. This is like, a home decor magazine. And the girls, the way that they're dressed and on the bed and like looking at stuff, it really looks like a set piece out of a magazine, like furniture designed for your new country cottage. Okay, makes sense. Thanks. You're welcome. By the way, if anyone follows the @Scott account, that is the management account. That is not an account that posts pictures. Normally, if it is posting anything, it is just testing things or whatever. It's not a real thing. It follows foreign accounts so that it can be used as a way to aggregate. So don't expect anything to happen on there. And if you message me, I will never see it. But it does exist. Oh, we're down to 18 people. It's getting a little bit slow. And no one's chatting. After I upload a pic, okie dokie. I think I've kept up with everyone. I don't think we're missing anything. I'm a little bit hungry. I did eat. Oh, I just had breakfast. Just eggs and toast. A little bit of gallo pinto. Oh, I bet there's gallo pinto and salsa de jalapeno ready for me when I'm out of here. That'll be good. You guys are very quiet. There we go. Tiffany says, those photos of your garden. Wow. Oh, cool. Yes, thank you. I really like my garden. That is one of my favorite things of living here. I really like the garden. It's pretty cool. That is the selling point of the house. We have it because that garden is for the dogs, right? The dogs just go crazy. That's where they run around and do stuff. Gallo pinto never gets old. I mean, it's only a couple hours old anyway. Tiffany says, everything I plant here other than elephant ears and palm trees dies. Most of the things die here because we don't water it enough. It's very dusty out there. Jan says, I wanted to put a photo on Nicaragua, but it's going to take too much work. What? How much work can it take? I keep watching to see if any new photos show up. Nothing yet. I follow a lot of people. Tiffany found me. Eric found me. A lot of you have not followed me yet. Be sure to follow me so you see my stuff. There, that's what I'm looking for. Oh. Feeling a little bit old sitting here. So I think I have a slipped disc, which sucks. Not a thing you want to have. I twisted my back a week ago, and it's still a bit sore, but I got my first ever massage while we were at the lake on Sunday morning. And I got to say, that was a horrible experience. I do not ever want to have to get a massage again. Not something that I enjoyed in any way, shape, or form. It was quite painful. Still hurts now. I think I might have been allergic to the oil. That didn't help. It basically bruised me from the bottom of my skull all the way down to my pelvic hip joints or whatever. And just everything is like, oh, that just felt really unpleasant. And the things that were bad before are no better and possibly worse. So I don't really understand anything about the draw of getting a massage. Super weird that people are into it because it doesn't appeal to me in any way. People swear, oh, I love getting a massage. I'm like, what? That is a very unpleasant experience. And boring, right? Like, the pain, whatever. But just an hour of your time staring at nothing, like, boring. Mr. Sammy, Janet, it's easier using a desktop or laptop. It is, for sure. Janet says, I'll get it done in a little while instead of right now. Mr. Sammy, I am, but I'm doing my grading too. Tiffany says, that's weird though, is it kicks me out of the app to log into the website. Oh, yes, it probably does that. A lot of apps do that now. It's because of the security mechanism that they're using. They're using a key mechanism rather than a password mechanism for the app. Must be a security system. You can use only one. No, you can't use only one. It's just that the app lets you in. It's the exact same as Google. All Google applications make you log in through their web page. Janice says, my Sammy, no, I'm just lazy right now. It'll take 3 steps instead of only one. I think it thinks I'm a robot. I'm lazy too and a slacker. Okay, cool. I'm doing a Nextcloud installation right now while we are doing this. Oh, success. That was stalled. What? That was crazy. Scott, shouldn't that mic be blue instead of orange? It's triggering me. Why would it be? Why blue? I do have green. We can make it green. I really shouldn't do this much. I'm sure it's going to wear things out. There we go. Is that better? But orange is my show color. You guys are very quiet. I'm planning on going till around about 10:30. I don't know if that's... I don't know if we're going to make it till then or if that's good, but I do have to pack and stuff tonight. So 10:30 is in about an hour from now, 40 minutes from now. So what's wrong with the orange? I like orange. Itchathix is here. Mr. Samuel says green does feel more Nika-ish. Tiffany says the question should be, why is the orange triggering you? That is a good question. Inquiring minds want to know. Faux show. I still see no new photos posted. No one's done any, but there's that Radio Shack. I keep seeing that. Weird. I am trying to do a database install. Mr. Sammy, bro, do you have a big speaker? I picked one up for like Quinta, comes with a mic. You can use it for karaoke. I don't. I have a medium-sized one. It's like fun and all, but I don't really like. There's so much music in Nicaragua. I never need to have my own, like ever. So not really a concern. Please tell me the karaoke is a part of Nika culture. Oh, karaoke is huge in Nika culture. So Gekitos Downtown does it every night. You can do it out on the beach at Enkantiki on Wednesdays. You can do it at Desperados on Fridays, I think. Like everywhere. Somewhere there's karaoke every night. It's not as much as live music, but karaoke, dancing, and live music, they're the big three. That's the holy trinity of Nicaraguan cultural events is either listening to other people play live music, you pretending that you play live music, or dancing to recorded music. Mr. Sammy says, yes, there's a few places in Managua and right by my house on the weekends. It's everywhere, right? Even the small towns, you're going to find karaoke all the time. Maybe the smaller towns, you won't have it like every night, but you're going to have it a lot for sure. It's so much of everyday life. So I quite often go and do it. I've done it everywhere. I've done it at Gaquitos on videos. I've done it at Cholitos. No, not at Cholitos. At Caracolitos. I've done karaoke competitions there. I do it at Encontiki all the time. I need to do it at Desperados. My own place does karaoke, and I never do it there. Some places actually have live musicians, and you sing with live musicians. That's rare, but it does exist. And that's a lot of fun, but a lot more stressful, as you can imagine. It's just in general, it's such a huge thing and really fun. And what's funny is if you get the gringos out there doing it, you get a whole lot of, country and western and classic rock and all the things you mostly expect. And then when the Nicaraguans do it, my gosh, they're drinking heavily, and most of them sing like Mexican borracho songs. So it's the Mexican version of American country, like sappy. My dog ran away with my girlfriend, and they took my tequila, and like it's just it's so over the top and dramatic. It's freaking awesome. So lots and lots of that going on, and so I love the culture of that. It's a lot of fun. Thing over here. Awesome sauce. Getting real work done around here. Not my tequila. It's true. Mr. Sam says, what's nice nowadays, thanks to YouTube, we can practice at home before going. They use YouTube as well. That's the funny thing is everybody uses YouTube here. So what I've learned is go on YouTube, find the one you want to do, and then send the link to the person who's organizing it. So they just do the exact one. Tony says, my dog ran away with my girlfriend. Sounds like a familiar story. Eid Group says, I can't believe I caught a live. You did. Welcome to the live show. Tiffany says, can't wait to drunk people and singing can't beat that. Heck yeah. I prefer, Mr. Sammy says, I prefer pop, but yeah, most of these guys, once they are buzzing, prefer those really thick ranchero songs about being dumped, cheated by their wives. Mi embacheré por tu culpa, mi embacheré. Yeah, that's how we jam. I've got a crew that goes out and does karaoke, so we're gonna get Marilyn out there doing a bit. She made me do I Was Made for Loving You by Kiss as a duet, and we're like screaming it. Like, she gets into karaoke, so that's gonna be a lot of fun. We're gonna, once Ava goes, it'll be pretty regular. I think that we're going to get her out to karaoke because it's pretty low key. And you can see us on Wednesday nights partying out on the beach. Mr. Sammy says, I prefer... Oh, no. Yeah, Tiffany says, Carrie Underwood keying cars. Exactly. Aries Ugly Ghost, Scott. Thank you. I do sometimes practice. I think Marilyn and I are the only ones who practice for karaoke. We like get into it. And I have a picture of... Oh, I can't just show pictures. I have to post it on Nikagram. That's one of the reasons I like Nikagram is that it's really easy for me to... Still, no one has posted any pictures, I just want to point out. It's really easy for me to have something queued up if I have like things going on during the week and have a photo on there. And then I just link it And you guys can see the photos. You can comment on the photos, whatever. And in the WhatsApp group, all throughout the week, when something happens, I'll post things to Nika and throw it onto the group. It's a great way to post a picture because it'll show the picture, but it'll also give a place where you can go discuss the picture, share the picture yourself or whatever, as opposed to just putting a picture into the WhatsApp group. Maybe people prefer just the pictures. I'm not sure, but for me, I like the Nika links better because it's just way easier to share, way easier to do things with. I think. Plus, if you want to, retweet it or whatever, pretty cool. So I like using it for that. So like today, I posted a number of things in Nika that that's where I post my Duolingo inspirations. Like here's the Duolingo things I earned this week. It's a status. I post if I come across things like today, I have found the wettest countries in the world and which countries have more tourists than population. And those are like cool little maps I can put up and people can discuss them or people can really easily share them and across platforms, right? Yeah. In the WhatsApp group, I just send a link. But if someone's in the WhatsApp group and wants to send it to a friend in Instagram or whatever, they just send that link, and no matter what platform they're on, Facebook or whatever, that link will work and give them what they're looking for. So I think it's a good way to go. Tiffany says, and a little Celine Dion, maybe a little Queen. I did sing Bohemian Rhapsody last week. It did not go over well. It Group says, seriously, practice. How do you know which songs will be played or available to be played? Can you make a request? Well, it's karaoke. Normally, I've never been at karaoke where you didn't get to make a request. But in the U.S., it was always, now it's been a while, I'm probably dating myself. It was always that you got a huge book of songs and you had to pick out of it. But it would get tens of thousands of songs. Here, everything's done through YouTube, so you just give anything, and chances are they'll find it. But once in a while, they can't. But you can look ahead of time and find YouTube karaoke one, and then just so I do karaoke with Mike at Nkantiki. I can just send him to Mike. Sometimes he's on the live, right? And just send him to Mike and be like, hey, these are the links I want to use. So you can be like, yeah, I want to sing Man Bachere, but I don't want to sing like this one. I want to sing this one. And that way it's going to be the one you've practiced or whatever. So because everybody in Nicaragua, I've never seen any exception to this. Everyone uses YouTube. Itchithick says, do you have to be signed up to see the pictures? Because I've never successfully looked at a picture you've linked during a live stream. No, you shouldn't have to be. It just shows up as a black square. Oh, that's weird. Does anyone else have that happen? You shouldn't have to be signed up. Because I send them to people who are not signed up all the time, and it just pops up. You may have to give it a moment. It may be that you're really far away and it's not cached anywhere close to you, and so it's pulling the image. But yeah, in some ways, the YouTube thing is weird because often you get ones that don't work great. But in general, I think it's a really good system because it's you just get so much flexibility. Because, doing it in the U.S., it was always, we don't have that song, we don't have that song. It'd be very limited. And now it's like, holy cow, we get every song. Songs that just came out, things that are really old, things that are really new, things that are obscure, different type of song, whatever. It's all it's just all available, which is really cool. I waited and now it says no preview available. Can you send back the link of the one that you're trying to test? I'll try it on a different browser. Now I have Carrie Underwood stuck in my head. Great. I remember a long time ago, this is Mr. Sammy, the company Sound Choice had a monopoly. Places couldn't use their songs unless you were using an original disc. Oh yeah, they used to really have that locked down, and now there's so many options. Yeah, same problem in Brave and Edge. That's so weird. Let's see. I'm just going to try one now. This one I'm signed in when I go into it. Okay, so that's what it looks like when I'm signed in. Where can I go that I'm not signed in? I need an incognito window somewhere. New private window. Here we go. Yeah, I just went to one that I'm not signed in. It came right up. Wow. Can anyone else confirm that you are having problems seeing images in Nikagram when you're not signed in or even signed in? This is the one I just tested with. Incognito window in Nicaragua came up no problem. I know it works in the US. I wonder, is it possible it's being blocked where you are? That doesn't seem likely. Tiffany says, let's see. Janice says, well, I'm trying to upload something and I can't find where it's looking. Mr. Sammy says it's showing up for me in Firefox. Huh. Yeah, I don't know why it would be blocked, especially... It's definitely not blocked on this end. Maybe he's trying to tell you that you should be signed up. But will that work? That's a big question. Tiffany can see it in Florida. Mr. Sammy says Brave works too. Took a few seconds for the black box to clear up, though. Yeah, sometimes it does that. Depending on what the caching is like, it can be a few minutes, or not minutes, but you know what I mean. Some Engelbert Humperdinck karaoke. All right. Yeah, we'll get right on that. Isha 6 says, same problem in Firefox 2. Maybe it's my location. It must be. We've never had anyone report that before. Aries Oakley says, how old are you, Scott? Maybe that's too far from your younger days. No, I remember Engelbert Humperdinck for sure. I'm 49. Janet says, it said something like customer files in a drop-down thing, so I changed it to all files, and it found the whole bunch of times I saved the photo. Interesting. Janet, are you on the web page or on the app? Web, I can't use apps. Oh, right. And I'm supposed to be doing after class reports, but then there was this upload a photo challenge. I didn't realize it was a photo challenge. There we go. Janet finally got one uploaded. Looks like that's out in Las Piñitas. Las Piñitas 2014. Well, Janet was the first one of all of us to get one uploaded. That's important to point out. So I guess she won the challenge in that particular case. Aha, I got this thing working. I just got a Nextcloud install up and running. Like, awesome. That's really cool. It's really cool that I was able to do it while doing the live stream. Completely built while doing the live stream. Oh, now my doggy wants to leave. All right, I'll be right back. Gonna get some water, let the dog out. Who let the dog out? It's me. I'm letting you out. Hello, dog. You just chilling. All right, I'm here. Get back to everybody. What do we got? And Janet says, yay. It worked. Success. Oh. Sam Adolfo has a picture of the Yamaha posted now. There we go. And people need me. Oh. Trying to check and make sure that everybody is covered tonight. Ava is going to sleep at the apartment. They're like having a camp out with her mom and stuff, which is pretty cool. They're having a fun night. It's their last chance to really spend time together. And she hasn't lived with her mom in a long time. And so they're getting to just have kind of a camp out at the apartment. Yep, Mr. Sammy, I already saw it. And just making sure no one else is trying to sign in. Oh, we have a couple new people who just joined. Sorry, guys, a little bit behind. I think your grandma's exploding tonight. That's what we like to see. And I really need to make the list for everyone really soon, so that we're all able to follow each other, and that'll get a lot more interest and traction really quickly. Up to. Oh, how many people have my 79? One more person signs up and I'll have 80 people that I'm following. That'll make a much more impressive list. And now there's a bug floating in my water. Yeah, whatever. All right. Yeah, we're still at 18 people. Can't bring the doggos. We are having issues with foxes around here at this time. Wait, can't bring the doggos where? To Nicaragua or into the house? What is happening with all the doggos? Doggos, doggos, lots of dogs. Bum, 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 ba, da, dum, bum. Silly question, but are pets allowed on beaches? It isn't here, unfortunately. They have to let pets on beaches. There's so many animals on the beach. Like, how would they know it was a pet or not? There's dogs. Every beach in the country is covered in dogs. Yeah, very few restrictions, just in general. If you can imagine something not being a restriction, then it probably isn't. Trying to get it in my laptop so I can shut it down. Hopefully I have everything that I need ready for tomorrow. I gotta leave early in the morning. Scott, is anyone else like you on YouTube broadcasting from Nicaragua? It's strange. I don't see anyone else doing this. I'm not aware of anyone doing it from Nicaragua. I mean, Elton has done it, right? Like, there's a few people who have done it, that kind of thing. But to do it as like a regular thing, no one's doing this. I mean, it's a tiny country. This kind of stuff isn't really it's something that people do. It's weird. But there just isn't a culture of that kind of thing here. And a lot of people don't, very few people have the mics, very few people have the cameras, very few people have the broadcast equipment, very few people have the time, very few people have the fiber internet. Put it all together, it really isn't a very popular thing. So this is kind of unique. And I've started doing I tried it while I was in Laguna de Apoyo, doing a walk around and show you where I am kind of thing when I have good internet and whatever. And that seemed to work a little bit. We got to figure out a little bit more with that, but it was it's kind of cool. Oh, Janet got another one up. Otters in downtown Portland, 2015. Let's see. Mr. Sammy says, I'm jealous. There's a ton of guys broadcasting from Southeast Asia. You've probably seen that. Yep. I mean, those are much bigger markets. And they're much more techie markets. That's a very different thing. This area just doesn't get into the tech anything. There aren't people at desktops. There aren't people watching on TV. Like, there's so little of that there's very little market for it. And you can see, like, my show, I've been doing this for a long time, and yeah, we have a bit of an audience, but we're also pretty small. Whereas if I was to do the same thing from Thailand or Vietnam or something, instead of 13,000 followers, it would be 130,000 followers, right? Just because it's a bigger market. Not that I'm complaining. It's just, it's you can see it in, there's only a couple of us that do this at all. In English from the country, Jack Pittman quit. Like, every major channel that did this gave up, because it doesn't make any money, right? So, like, you have to be really dedicated to doing this and really find enjoyment in the process, or you're going to be stuck with this is just demoralizing, right? Because you don't get anything for it. It's just a ton of work, because it's a tiny market. There's just very few people doing it. But if you go to a big market, like Vietnam is a massive country, Philippines, massive country, Indonesia, massive country. Even if you have, half, a quarter, a tenth the market share that you have here, I'd have 2, 3, 4 times as many followers, subscribers, right? So it's a different thing, and they're able to feed off each other. Like, oh, here, you go check out this channel, go out, check out channel. You have 20, 30 popular people, and they can make a mesh network of promoting each other. If I don't put out a video every day, there isn't a video. Right? Like, yeah, Elton puts out 1 or 2 a week, but that's it. Like, if there's only the 2 of us, there's just nobody else producing stuff. Everything is businesses trying to just sell real estate. And even those, there's very little. So it's, it's just a different thing. I'm jealous. There's tons of guys. Tiffany says, when you said you're bringing out yours, I was saying I can't, sadly. Oh, my dogs, yeah. Oh, outside. Mr. Sammy says, well, I appreciate that we have at least you for now. Well, thank you. I'm trying. I produce enough content to be several channels. That's my thing. Janet says, that's the last time I was there. Oh, in Portland, 2015. Yeah. I have a lot of pictures, not that many worth looking at. Mr. Sammy, maybe you're like me. We kind of do it for the love of charity, similar to the Christian missionaries that are in our country. Yeah, but I mean, it's, I like all of this, right? Like, it's a great community. It's a lot of fun to do. I think that the stuff that we do is important. There's just, so, I mean, really, there's so little in Nicaragua that if we don't do this, there isn't anyone to do it. The information just won't be there. And that's awful, right? Like we gotta have that. We need that information. We need people to have a way to find out about things. And, for me, a lot of it was when we were first looking at moving to Nicaragua, again, moving back, we were trying to share the information with people about what it was like, so I could be like, hey, here's where we're moving, here's where we're thinking of moving, here's what we're interested in, and so on and so forth. And we had all these ideas, and we couldn't go find anything to show anybody. It was like, oh, well, we like this city. What does it look like? No way to show you. Sorry. Right? It was just constantly the story on everything. And so that was not a good situation. We didn't like that at all. And there was a little bit a long time ago, and those channels disappeared. So we'd be like, oh, I found this link. Oh, it's gone now. It became very depressing that we couldn't share it. And I'm like, this country really needs this. And luckily it's something we're able to help provide. It Group says, lol, seriously, that's the only thing I see when I Google Nicaragua. Lots of people selling real estate. Yeah, absolutely. I don't understand why that is so big here and nothing else is. Like, I mean, I get it to some degree. It is the only way to make a penny off of anything. So if you're an expat and you've come here for some reason, you will have no way to make money unless you are selling real estate. And because there's been these big real estate booms in the past, then it has created an opportunity for people to try to make money at that. And I guess just because there seems to be like money and so many people seem to be desperate, it just ends up being things that they feel they have to do. Mr. Sammy says, it's strange. If the government was smart, they would support these kinds of endeavors. Also, which would be part of the Department of Tourism. I mean, they do kind of support these endeavors. They've made an effort of promoting the channel and stuff, for sure. Like they've put me on TV and things because of the channel. They want to get the word out there about it. Tiffany says, you're also family-based. Asian travel vlogs sell God knows what. I'm not personally interested in what they have to sell. Oh, that's true. Yeah, even a lot of those, if you get those, often they're Americans, they're traveling, and they're like, you got to buy my travel clothes, my new bag, my it's always a makeup kit or a, self-help book or something. There's a lot of that. Mr. Sammy says, and in exchange, duty-free importation for us. Yay. Tiffany says, it's only a matter of time. Yes, my self-help makeup kit guru book will be out soon. How to lose friends and alienate Nicaraguans. Relocation kit. Yeah, everyone needs a relocation kit. Checklist. A relocation checklist. Only $250 or subscribe to a lifetime checklist account. $3.95. Available limited time only to the first 50 callers. But this is a pre-recorded message, so I have no idea when those 50 callers will be. But I'm sure they would want it heavily supervised. Yep. Yeah, it's relocation checklist. What is going to be on there? Did you pack your bags? Did you remember your toothpaste? Is that what people are paying $250 for? I really want to know. What are on these checklists? What makes these things worth somebody actually paying for and using? Like they don't make a whole lot of sense to me in general. All right, guys, we're getting pretty quiet, and we're just minutes. We're 2 minutes away from when we were planning on wrapping up. I think it's a good time to call it. I really appreciate everybody being on tonight. Always so much fun being with you guys. We did put in, I thought we were going to hit 5 hours. We're at just about 4.5 hours still. It's pretty respectable. It's not too shabby for the night. We'll get to some longer ones coming up, but this week is not the week. I have to go pack my bags, leaving for Madagalpa early in the morning. I got a lot of videos to edit. I've got this Nextcloud thing to do. Oh, it says here's another one. Checklist for getting your residency. Yes. Well, that one, yeah. I could provide that checklist. That is true. Probably should have that as a checklist that I can just, post somewhere, but yeah, all that stuff. Everyone's got a checklist. Everybody's got a thing to sell. Everybody's got a course. I should have courses. I would actually like to have like conferences, and I bash on them hard because it's so stupid. But it says good night, Mario. Oh, Mr. Sammy says, hey, have you seen? There's a very small handful of pickup artists showing how to properly pick up chicas in Nicaragua for a fee. Oh, yeah, I'm not surprised. Not at all surprised. You're a soldier. You have a lot more energy than me. I don't have a lot tonight, let me tell you. It's been a week. It has been a week. It's not bad, just so busy. So busy. Oh, I was saying the government will reach out. The government has reached out. They talk to me at times, especially if I get something wrong. They'll let me know. That's not exactly accurate. Oops. Yeah. All right. Well, thanks everybody. Have a good night. I will see everyone from Madagalpa tomorrow. I'm going to pack my bags, watch an episode of Supernatural, and get some sleep with my dogs. And first, I'm going to go find some gallo pinto and eat that. I don't know what I was going to say after that. Oh, with some jalapeno salsa. And